A wide river moves quietly like a slow thought, shaping the land through patient repetition. Its channels braid and unbraid, leaving ridges of fine silt and soft mud where seeds take root. Settlements gather along those gentle rises, choosing places where the water is near, but not overpowering, where the earth rises just enough to keep a home dry. The river's slow work is matched by the patient work of people who notice its moods and choose their rhythms to fit. Fields lay out in simple patterns. Gardens nestle near dwellings, and lanes curve to follow the river's older tracks. The landscape organizes itself around water, and people, like water, find their paths. Across the plains, the ground is a kind of quilt, patched with colors from different soils and crops. A patch of barley shows a muted gold. A field of young rice gleams a soft green, and fallow land keeps a gentle brown. These patterns shift with seasons, and the human presence moves in soft response. Homesteads cluster in small groups, sometimes near a stream, sometimes on a raised bank. Paths between them are worn by feet and cartwheels, drawn like gentle lines through grass. Each small settlement learns the pulse of the land where it sits, listening for the rains, the frost, the first sprout, and the time to harvest. The river systems are not only channels of water, but quiet organizers of daily life. Meandering courses create bends and oxbow lakes, shallow places where fish hide and birds gather. Floodplains widen in some seasons and narrow in others, a living margin that fosters rich soils. Where the river slows, clay deposits accumulate and hold moisture, making land favorable for certain crops. Where it runs faster, sand and gravel appear and require different uses. Observant hands learn to read these signs, choosing seeds and tools that suit each square of land. The river's gifts are humble and repeated, and communities learn to shape their work around them. When rains arrive, they come with a deliberate softness that changes the whole world in stages. Clouds gather slowly, the air grows heavier, and the smell of warmed earth rises. Dry tracks darken, and small channels begin to carry a quiet flow. People prepare by smoothing fields, by stacking seeds, by checking simple earthen bunds. There is an economy of care in these small acts, an understanding that water will alter the lay of things. The land holds memory of many rains past, and its surface responds with tiny shifts, settling, swelling, and occasionally giving up new beds of sediment that feed new growth. Hills and low mountains frame the plains with quiet authority, their slopes catching moisture and slowly releasing it through springs and streams. Those slopes are often terraced or left in natural cover, and the contrast between the flat floodplain and the rising land creates a variety of places for homes and fields. Small valleys offer refuge and shelter from winds, and hill-formed streams feed the plains in a steady, measured way. On mornings when mist clings to those slopes, there is a hush as the world wakes. The presence of high land nearby moderates the climate and offers different resources, a quieter pace where shepherds and cultivators learn other rhythms. The coastline is a different kind of margin, where the sea meets the land in a slow exchange of salt and sediment. Beaches and estuaries form soft edges where tidal waters move in and out, carrying nutrients and small fish. Coastal soils, sometimes sandy, sometimes clay, host their own patterns of settlement and cultivation. Fisherfolk and small traders read the tides, build shelters on higher ground, and store boats in places that will be safe through high water. Salt pans and mangrove edges arise where conditions are right, and the coast becomes a place of gentle trade between the sea's influence and inland life. Wetlands and marshes hold a mysterious calm, places where water lingers and life adapts to a soggy rhythm. Reeds bend in slow waves, frogs call it twilight, and waterbirds roost in silent gatherings. These areas can be rich in resources, offering fish, reeds, and fertile ground when drained or managed. People living nearby develop small technologies and practices to use wetlands without harming them, building simple channels or bunds to control water for seasonable use. There is a delicate patience required, a discipline of small interventions that respect the wetland's limits and rhythms. Trees line riverbanks as patient sentinels, their roots holding soil and their canopy offering shade. They mark old courses and narrow lanes, their presence a steady sign of continuity. In some places, groves of trees become focal points for small settlements, offering fruit, timber, and shelter. The shade under a tree becomes a communal place where stories are quietly told and small tasks are shared. Over long seasons, these living structures contribute to the stability of the soil and the comfort of daily life, part of a gentle network of support that ties people to place. The plain's surface remembers footsteps, old channels, buried ditches, and subtle ridges speak of previous flows and former fields. Sometimes a raised mound marks where people once lived, a long ago house site now slightly higher than surrounding land. These subtle heights are preferred for building because they stand above seasonal high water, and so over time, clusters of houses appear on such rises. The land thus contains hints of past decisions, quiet signals that guide where newer homes will be safe, where paths will reappear, and where communities will naturally reform. Seasons pass in a cyclical and measured way. Like breathing, there is an awakening, a time of growth, a season of full ripeness, and a slower rest. People attune themselves to this breath, pacing activities to fit. Planting aligns with rains, tending follows sprout and leaf, and harvest waits for proper ripeness. After harvest, fields rest and soil gathers strength for the coming year. There is comfort in predictability, in knowing that each stage will gently follow the previous, and that careful observation can tell you when to act and when to wait. Water management is a quiet craft of small adjustments. Simple channels divert flow, small bunds hold back runoff to let moisture seep into soil, and hand-dug wells capture groundwater for dry spells. Where rivers change course, people adapt by moving small structures or by creating new levees. These interventions are modest and communal, tasks shared among neighbors who understand that the work benefits many. There is an ethic in such cooperation, a slow recognition that living well depends on small acts of tending and repair done consistently over seasons. Paths trace the land's habitual uses, following the easiest ways between fields, water, and shelter. Over time, those tracks become compact and clear, and new ones appear as needs shift. Animal tracks often join human ways, hoof and foot shaping lanes that lead to pasture, to river, to market. Certain nodes, crossroads, river fords, small bridges, become natural meeting points, places where people exchange news and goods in subdued tones. The map of these paths is lived rather than drawn, a map carried in memory, and repeated daily. Seasonal movement is not always far. It is often a subtle shifting within the same landscape. Families may move animals to higher grazing grounds in summer and return in winter. Gardens may be tended near the home for most of the year, while larger fields require temporary stays during planting or harvest. These shifts are measured and practiced. They create a pattern of presence and absence that the land learns, as tracks and small shelters mark repeated returns. Such rhythms shape social life, as tasks are shared and responsibilities rotate in a familiar cadence. Small clusters of houses form gentle communities where daily life is shared in understated ways. Courtyards open to let light in and allow simple chores to be performed. Kitchens, often smoky with slow fires, prepare staples with steady repetition. Storage structures, sometimes raised, protect seed and surplus from damp and pests. The arrangement of houses reflects climate and social habits, with narrow lanes offering shelter from wind and open spaces reserved for drying grain or weaving mats. The spatial order is practical and calm, built out of long experience of weather and seasons. Gardens and orchards grow near homes, offering quick access to greens, fruits, and herbs. These small plots are tended with intimate knowledge of microclimates, choosing plants that thrive in partial shade or at the edge of a watercourse. Careful people prune trees, rotate crops in small beds, and save seeds from the best specimens. The result is a steady supply of familiar tastes and a comforting continuity of flavor across years. Such spaces are places of quiet observation, where one learns the subtle differences between soil patches and the best times to sow and gather. Fields form a larger, more public landscape. Often worked cooperatively, labor is organized around key moments: plowing, sowing, weeding, harvesting, where many hands come together in a slow, shared effort. Tools are simple and efficient, adapted to soil types and crop needs. Plots near rivers may require less watering, while upland fields depend on rain and careful soil care. The overall pattern allows communities to balance risk and yield, mixing crops and practices so that no single failure ends in ruin. In this way, the landscape supports a steady pace of provision. The river's edge often hosts a variety of human activity, gentle in volume and timing. Small boats cluster at quiet coves, nets dry on low racks, and fish smoke in low-built kilns. These places are both practical and social, a point of exchange where information flows as freely as goods. People time journeys according to river levels, and communities keep simple launch places that are safe during floods. The river acts as a slow connector, linking settlements along its length with a steady, measured flow of movement and supply. Soil becomes a teacher when observed closely. Its color, texture, and smell tell a lifetime of small lessons about past floods, drainage, and fertility. Dark, loamy soil indicates long-term organic accumulation, while sandy patches tell of faster water movement. Farmers learn to match crops with soil types, to add natural amendments such as compost or ash, and to rest certain plots when they tire. This knowledge is practical and cumulative, passed from one generation to the next through direct handling of the earth and quiet conversation. Wind moves across the plains with a soft regularity, carrying scents of rain or dust. It shapes simple architecture, encouraging low roofs and courtyards sheltered from gusts. Wind also affects planting decisions, as tall crops and windscreens balance each other in careful arrangement. In certain seasons, the wind becomes a messenger, thick with monsoon moisture or crisp with dry winter air. People mark these changes and adjust their work, preferring outdoor tasks when breezes are gentle and moving labor indoors when storms draw near. Small animals and birds are constant companions in the landscape, their lives syncing with human routines. Domestic animals graze in measured patterns, their presence managing the land's growth and adding to household economies. Birds find nesting spots in trees and reeds, following the river's edge and the field's structures. Fish flourish in seasonally deep pools, and small mammals shape the undergrowth. Observing these creatures gives people clues about the health of the environment and the timing of certain tasks, like the best moment to sow or to set out certain traps. Light moves across the land in soft gradients. Dawn unveils a cool clarity, while midday light stretches long shadows across fields. Twilight swoons into a calm violet that invites rest, and moonlight turns the river into a slow silver ribbon. These changes in light mark time beyond clocks. They signal moments for work and for repose, for quiet travel and for caution. The daily arc of illumination structures life with gentle consistency, and people craft their activities to match the comfort each hour offers. The interplay of high and low ground creates diverse opportunities for use and settlement. Elevated patches keep houses safe from floodwater and become preferred sites for communal gatherings. Lower basins offer fertile land that responds well to water control. Small embankments and raised platforms are used to protect stores and to permit stable living during wet seasons. Over years, these slight adjustments accumulate, creating a varied surface that holds human choices within the broader sweep of geologic and hydrologic processes. Quiet coves and sheltered inlets on larger rivers encourage small harbors where boats can be left safely and goods exchanged without exposure to strong currents. These places become focal points for slow commerce, a trading of surpluses and tools in an unhurried mode. Traders who follow rivers know these spots well and learn the rhythm of currents, the best times to travel, and the safest moorings. Thus, river travel becomes a practiced skill, integrated with the landscape's natural offers. In low-lying delta regions, the river's final mosaics of channels create a networked land where islands of higher ground float amid marsh and lagoon. People in such places often learn to build on stilts or to set homes on raised mounds that hold through seasonal flooding. Transport relies heavily on small boats and paths that connect the scattered habitations. The land's fragility encourages careful stewardship, as reclamations and embankments must be maintained regularly to hold the fields and homesteads safe. Seasonal festivals and quiet communal observances often follow landscape cues. Harvest times bring gatherings that align with the land's abundance, and periods of lean care call for more private, restrained customs. People develop rituals that honor the changing face of the terrain and the river's cyclical generosity, acts that repeat across generations in small, comforting ways. These observances are gentle markers of continuity, offering a sense of place that deepens with time. The smell of wet earth after rain is a shared language between people and place. It signals new opportunities and the softening of hard ground. Such sensory details are woven into daily life. The sound of water in narrow channels, the texture of mud underfoot, the taste of first green vegetables after a long season. These small sensations anchor memory and habit, and they guide action with a soft certainty that needs no formal plan, only attentive presence. Communities develop simple storage strategies to buffer the irregularities of seasons. Grain is dried and stacked, pulses are parceled into jars, and small reserves of oil and salt are kept for lean times. Storage structures are modest but thoughtful, raised on plinths or ventilated to keep goods safe from damp. This practical foresight is less about scarcity than about measured comfort, ensuring steady availability through the year. In this way, the landscape's natural rhythms are met with human steadiness. The river's voice changes with season. Sometimes it speaks in a low, continuous murmur as it winds gently. At other times, it grows louder with the rush of added rain. People learn to listen to that voice, to sense when travel is safe and when it is better to stay ashore. Boats are prepared, lines checked, and simple markers maintained along banks to guide safe passage. The river's cadence becomes a quiet calendar, another way to measure time beyond the weight of days and months. Soil and water together produce a slow kind of abundance. Crops emerge in sequences determined by moisture and temperature, each occupying its season. The choice of crop cycles reflects caution and creativity. Some plots yield quick greens for daily meals, while others are reserved for staples that store well. Diversity in fields reduces risk and sustains varied diets. People accept the tempo set by these conditions and organize labor to fit, moving from one set of tasks to the next with a steady, hands-on patience. The quiet of night brings a different sense of the land. Sounds are muted, and activities slow to a soft hush. The river, under moonlight, offers faint echoes, and the fields are dark, save for small fires kept low in kitchens. Night is a time for repose and for inward thoughts, a regular rest that completes the day's labor. People remember small details from the day and plan for the next, trusting that the landscape's steady patterns will support the return of work with the morning's light. Over years, houses are adjusted as the land itself subtly shifts. A levee is heightened, a threshold is raised, a path is relaid to avoid a newly wet patch. These small, repeated changes keep life comfortable and safe. There is a quiet continuity in such maintenance, a rhythm of repair that is as essential as planting or harvesting. People become skilled in these practices, learning to read the land's signs and to act with modest but steady interventions. Streams that begin high in the hills carry the memory of mountain weather, and their clear courses cut through rock and soil in patient motion. They bring cool water to the plains and nourish small groves along their banks. These tributaries add texture to the landscape, cradling small mills, ponds, and resting places. People follow them for water and shelter, and small settlements form where these streams offer dependable sources. The presence of many small rivers makes the larger plain a quilt of slightly different climates and opportunities. The river's course sometimes changes in ways that are noticeable over decades, shifting a bank or creating a new meander. Such changes are absorbed into life, prompting small relocations of fields or homes. This slow adaptation fosters resilience as communities develop flexible habits and knowledge to respond. The land's changes are neither sudden drama nor trivial detail, but part of a long story of adjustment where patience and observation guide choice. In this landscape, trust grows from routine. Daily chores repeated across seasons create competence and a calming assurance that tasks will be finished and needs met. Children learn by watching, and elders teach with quiet demonstration rather than loud instruction. The steadiness of practice creates a shared culture of care, where small acts compound into lasting patterns. Over time, these habits shape the land as much as the land shapes the people, and both become familiar to one another. Water, earth, wind, and light compose a slow chorus that people learn to accompany. Each element suggests a tempo: rainy months for sowing, dry months for repair, cool months for sowing slow crops. Life arranges itself along these tempos, producing a measured existence in which work and rest alternate with predictable grace. The gentle predictability is a comfort, allowing for long-term planning and the cultivation of a quiet patience that suits the landscape's own lateness. Settlements clustered near favorable riverbanks develop communal practices that reflect shared vulnerability and mutual benefit. Simple agreements govern water use, grazing rotations, and the upkeep of common embankments. These arrangements are informal and practical, sustained by constant, small conversations and an understanding that cooperation ensures survival and ease. Such social structures are woven into daily life, as natural as paths and plowed rows, quietly supporting the community over seasons. The river's evening light softens edges and washes the land in a tone of resigned calm. It encourages slow movement and small talk, the kind that passes practical information along in understated ways. Boats return to shallow coves, and fields empty of harvesters settle back into their quiet state. The day's work finds closure in these small returns, and the landscape inhales, readying itself for another cycle of patient activity. Long-term memory lives in the land's contours, in small mounds, old embankments, and the alignment of lanes. People remember where floods once reached, where a fruitful tree stood years before, and where a favored spring provided cooler water. This collective memory is preserved through stories and simple markers, passed on during quiet evenings and daily routines. It shapes decisions about where to build next, which fields to conserve, and how to manage shared resources, linking the present to a slow history written in mud and stone. The river is a constant teacher of humility. It brings abundance and occasionally takes it away, reshaping fields and altering access to water. Communities temper their plans with this knowledge, preferring flexible structures and a diversity of crops and practices. This wise restraint fosters sustainability as people choose measures that can bend rather than break under nature's pressures. Over time, such choices build a landscape of balanced uses where human activity fits within the river's own patient energy. Night yields to dawn with the same quiet inevitability, the river reflecting faint colors before light spreads fully. Farmers rise to meet the day's measured tasks, following routines practiced by many before them. The land receives these efforts with consistent response, offering modest returns to steady care. In such a place, life is not about grand gestures, but about the slow accumulation of small, careful acts that maintain comfort and continuity. Each day is another opportunity to tend the land and to be tended by its enduring patterns. Along the river plain, the settlement arranged itself with quiet care. Streets ran in gentle, steady lines, simple paths that guided movement like slow rivers of human life. Houses rose in ordered rows, each one a small shelter shaped from baked brick, warm in color and smooth to the touch of early light. The bricks fit together in patient patterns, sealing rooms against wind and rain, holding heat in winter and shade in summer. In that simple geometry, there was a kind of calm, a careful regularity that made daily life feel like a measured breath, each step predictable, each return known and unsurprising. The streets were not merely ways to move. They formed a soft network, a matrix of shared life, where neighbors passed one another with composed nods and quiet exchange. Along these lanes, small thresholds opened to courtyards, where laundry dried and light pooled in the middle of the day. Doors were modest and low, inviting a gentle rhythm of entering and leaving. Stones worn smooth by many feet told stories without words, showing where people habitually walked and where they paused to look at the sky. Between houses, channels carried away water with unobtrusive competence. Drainage channels lay like quiet gutters, lined and sloped to take away the night's wash water and the gentle runoff from sudden rains. They moved in predictable paths, leaving the living spaces dry and clean, tending to the small necessities of health and comfort. These channels were a kind of hidden kindness, a silent work of care that kept the place from standing in water and bloom. Their presence made the city feel orderly, as if someone had arranged the flow of life itself. Amid the houses, storage structures stood with steady usefulness. Bins and small warehouses held grain and seed, clay-lined and shaded, where barley and other staples slept through heat and cooler nights. People trusted these containers, knowing where their stores were kept and how to measure out a portion for a meal or for planting. Storage was a slow practice, one that required patience and foresight. It made a community less subject to the surprise of a bad season and more able to tend to tomorrow with a present calm. Public spaces also found their place in this ordered plan. Open courts and small squares gave room for quiet gatherings, markets that unfolded in the mornings, and for neighbors to meet with soft gestures and low voices. Here a child might run for a moment, or two, elders might sit and trade news in muted tones. The layout invited gentle supervision by the community, a kind of public order that was not loud or forceful, but steady and respectful. People observed one another with mild attention, negotiating shared life through small habits and known rules. The architecture itself held lessons in restraint and balance. Walls were thick enough to hold warmth, and roofs sloped to let rain find its way down. Windows were modest, often set high to catch the light and keep the home cool. The repetition of similar houses gave the place a sense of unity, as if many small rooms were parts of a single, collective breath. Builders followed patterns that had been shaped by experience, learning from each other through slow practice rather than abrupt change. This continuity comforted the eye and calmed the mind. Craftsmanship showed in the bricks and in the small decorative touches that marked doors and thresholds. Hands knew how to shape mud and fire it into reliable bricks, pressing and drying, and then baking to a steady hardness. The work was rhythmic, measured by the sun and the hours of labor. Each brick fit into a larger plan, contributing to walls that would shelter, to streets that would hold their form. There was a quiet pride in this careful making, but it was not loud. It resonated in the steady satisfaction of a wall that would stand through seasons. Water and waste found gentle management through systems that were thoughtful and unassuming. Small drains and covered channels led away excess, often hidden beneath walkways, so that daily life could continue without the slow nuisance of standing water. The city learned to keep itself tidy through these small devices. Maintenance became a daily practice, a soft ritual of cleaning and clearing that passed from one person to another without fuss. That shared attention made living spaces comfortable and predictable, a slow assurance against disorder. Homes opened into inner courtyards where light and air could gather, a small private space within the larger order. These courtyards were places of cooking, of quiet work, and of rest when afternoon heat pressed against the walls. They offered a gentle shelter for daily routines and a place to dry grain or thread or cloth. In their shelter, families performed the small labors that made life possible, each motion part of a larger, unhurried choreography. The courtyard was a calm center, a modest sanctuary of regular tasks and muted conversation. Paths that led out of the city moved toward fields and riverbanks with a natural grace. Streets extended like fingers, reaching toward places of work and toward the water where boats lay at rest. The city's plan recognized the needs of those who traveled between home and field, between storage and market, shaping its lanes so movement felt effortless. Those who walked carried only the weight necessary, moving with a slow purpose that matched the gentle geometry of place. Movement became a practiced calm, a habitual flow that required no hurry. Public order in such settlements was less a matter of spectacle than of shared habit. People followed customs that smoothed interaction and reduced friction. There were rules about where to store grain, where to place water jars, how to handle common spaces. These rules were known and practiced rather than posted or enforced with harshness. A sense of order came from the repeated acts of many hands, each doing a small, necessary thing that kept the community functioning. In that way, order felt like a quiet, social architecture, as solid and slow as a built wall. Even small details, like the placement of thresholds and steps, contributed to the calm. A low step marked a home's entrance, inviting a pause before entering. Shade from a projecting roof was a gentle promise against midday light. Little alcoves and niches held lamps or small offerings, simple marks of domestic attention. The physical setting encouraged a steady tempo of life, one that matched the rhythms of light and season. Each element was chosen with a practical eye, and the overall effect was one of composed, habitual motion. Water management extended beyond drains into simple wells and reservoirs tucked near neighborhoods. These small wells provided daily water with an intimacy that made each draw a quiet act. People pulled water in measured amounts, sparing and mindful with what they needed. Reservoirs gathered rain in careful hollows, holding it for summer days when the sun held sway for longer months. Such measures expressed a communal prudence, a shared awareness of scarcity and abundance, balanced with slow, steady care. The neighborhood as a whole functioned like a watchful organism, sensitive to changes and acting through common sense. If a drain clogged, hands would come to clear it. If a roof leaked, neighbors might lend a ladder or a few hands to replace thatch or mend tiles. This mutual aid was not loud charity, but quiet interdependence. It created a fabric of small reciprocities woven through daily life that kept the settlement whole. People moved within this web with a calm trust that things would be tended and mistakes corrected. Storage spaces were often placed with careful thought to temperature and humidity in corners and shaded rooms that kept grain cool. Clay-lined bins held staples, their mouths closed to keep out pests. Measures and scoops were simple tools, used again and again with practiced hands. Each household knew its stores, and the communal memory kept track of surplus and shortfall. This attentiveness to resources turned storage into a lived art, balancing present needs with future care. It made the city resilient against seasons that might otherwise unsettle daily life. In marketplaces, order found a different rhythm, softer but still measured. Stalls appeared like small, temporary houses, each one offering its goods with modest display. Merchants and customers spoke in low tones, negotiating with a calm patience. Goods were weighed and counted, often with simple balances and measured jars. The market's life rose and fell with the slow arc of the sun, never loud, always purposeful. There was a quiet trust in these transactions, a sense that exchange itself was a mutual act of care. The idea of public space extended into the realm of work and craft as well. Workshops clustered near lanes to allow easy movement between home and labor. The sounds of production were soft and steady, the tapping of a chisel, the rhythmic turn of a potter's wheel, the measured hammer upon metal. These noises formed a gentle background to city life, a slow percussion that matched the cadence of everyday tasks. In this way, the city's economy folded into its domestic life, each supporting the other in shared, unhurried rhythm. Street layout sometimes reflected a subtle hierarchy of uses, with broader lanes giving room for carts and boats, and narrower lanes for foot traffic and household life. The city accommodated different needs without discord, allowing goods to move and people to dwell with quiet efficiency. The wider streets could carry the weight of loads and the passage of more people, while smaller alleys offered intimacy and shelter. The distinctions were practical and unobtrusive, each lane serving a role in the overall balance of movement and rest. Ceremony and collective gatherings took place in public squares that breathed with the city's slow tempo. These places were not grand stages, but modest courts where seasons were observed and where small festivals might gather the community in a low and steady way. People came together with soft voices, offering thanks, marking time and change. Such gatherings reinforced the social fabric by reminding people of shared rhythms and common purposes. They were gentle reaffirmations rather than spectacles, woven into the daily pattern of life. Sanitation and hygiene, simple as they were, mattered deeply to the shape of the city. Regular cleaning of drains and yard spaces, the care of cooking areas, and rubbish pits all contributed to a healthier, calmer environment. The community learned practices that reduced sickness, not through sudden measures, but through steady, repeated attention. This shared care made a place more livable, softer to the touch and easier on the nerves. The small acts of washing and sweeping became part of the larger architecture of calm living. The presence of uniform building techniques created a visual calm that soothed the mind. Baked brick facades, repeated in soft, earthy tones, punctuated by the occasional painted symbol or the natural color of cloth overhead. The consistency of texture and material made movement through the streets seamless. One house led naturally into another, creating an unbroken sense of continuity. In such continuity, people found comfort, for few surprises lined the way, and each turn offered the familiar. Children learned the city as a slow map, moving through lanes with the ease of repeated practice. They were guided by adults in small ways, taught to respect thresholds, to keep common spaces clear, to fetch water, and to stand aside for those carrying loads. Their movements became part of the overall flow, not separate from it. Growing into the city's life was a gradual lesson in shared responsibility. The next generation absorbed the forms of order simply by moving within them, through play, through small errands, and through quiet observation. Light and shadow played softly across walls and courtyards, marking time in a gentle way. Dawn crept along a lane and paused at a doorway. Late afternoon drew long shadows across storage bins, and the slow deepening of night brought a hush to the streets. People read time in these shadows as much as in seasonal markers, aligning their hours of work and rest to the natural changes of light. This alignment made life feel anchored, steady, and predictable. The city lived by a daylight clock that moved with the sun and the slow turning of the year. Paths to the water were kept clear and simple, so that life could flow to and from the river with ease. Boats waited in modest docks, tied and cared for, ready to carry goods in calm, patient journeys. The movement of boats complemented the rhythm of streets, a watery cousin to the lanes of clay and brick. Together, they formed channels of life that linked home to wider exchange without hurry. Travel was measured in small stretches, each journey a part of a larger, easy tempo. Public order found nuance in the ways people resolved small conflicts and negotiated shared use. Disputes over water access or storage space were handled with local wisdom and a modest set of rules. Elders or skilled mediators spoke softly and recommended adjustments, and neighbors often arrived at compromises through mutual respect. The goal was always to restore balance gently, to keep daily life calm and continuous. These practices maintained the social fabric, ensuring that the city functioned as a shared household where each person's needs were weighed with care. Beyond the built form, the social architecture of the city rested on slow, habitual trust. People relied on promises kept, on routines followed, on the quiet observance of shared norms. That trust made cooperation attainable without coercion. It allowed labor to be organized for common works, like mending a road or clearing a drain, with people offering small contributions as part of their everyday life. Such mutual arrangements kept the city resilient, calm, and ready for small changes that time would bring. The city's physical traces, the lines of streets and the rows of houses, echoed the rhythms of those who lived there. Each brick and each channel was a patient response to need, formed with care and repeated practice. The built environment taught a way of living that was steady and calm, a slow architecture of habit. In moving through those lanes, one could feel a continuity of care, a sense that daily life was held in hand by many small, deliberate acts that together made the city whole. Small public works, like raised walkways or covered drains, spoke of collective priorities that favored ease and cleanliness. People invested time into such projects, not for glory, but for the steady comfort they would return. The shared effort of building and maintaining these works reinforced social ties, producing a calm sense of common ownership. Those who used these amenities felt a quiet gratitude that turned into careful use. The city thus became both a place of private life and a shared commons, functioning through small acts of cooperation. Every design choice, from the width of a lane to the placement of a storage room, reflected a balance between private needs and communal life. This balance was tuned over seasons, adjusted by common sense and the slow experience of many hands. Such tuning made the city adaptable, able to absorb small shocks while preserving the gentle flow of daily life. When the patterns of use shifted, people adjusted in small ways, preserving overall calm and continuity. In that ongoing moderation, life remained soft and predictable. Movement through the streets, the quiet care of drains, the patient use of storage, the steady work of building with baked brick, all these things combined into a lived rhythm. It was a rhythm without hurry, made by people who knew their paths and their neighbors, who tended their homes and their common spaces with unremarkable devotion. That rhythm made the city feel like a slowly turning wheel, each spoke contributing to the whole. In walking those streets, one could find peace in the slow order that had been carefully shaped over time. The earth breathes slowly under the hands of people who work with the seasons. In the soft beginning of a cycle, there is a patient clearing of small fields, a gentle turning of soil with wooden plows drawn by steady animals. The rhythm is unhurried, measured by the slow arc of the sun and the subtle changes in wind and soil scent. Preparation is a ritual of touch and care, a conversation between fingers and furrows, where each movement is repeated until the land seems to answer with readiness. The work is steady and deliberate, each stroke like a practiced breath that prepares the ground to receive a small, hopeful seed. Seeds are chosen with quiet care, stored from the previous year, saved from the best plants. They carry memory and possibility in their small, dark shells. Selections are made for strength and for taste, for how a plant stood against drought, or how full its grain tasted under the tongue. This simple wisdom moves from one season to the next, a careful inheritance passed along without hurry. The act of planting is slow and repeated, hands moving in soft, regular rows, dropping each seed into the warm, prepared earth, as if whispering encouragement into the soil. Sowing follows patterns taught by long observation. Some fields receive grain sown sparsely, others are seeded thick for transplanting later. Rituals of spacing and depth become second nature, like rhythms learned by the body. The farmer's posture and the measured pace of walking across the field match the pulse of the land. There is a sense of timing, a gentle reckoning with weather and soil, an awareness that the same gesture made too early or too late will change the outcome. Thus, each season is a tender exercise in patience, a slow choreography between human hands and natural time. Sun and rain arrange themselves in a conversation that the farmers have learned to listen to. Before the rains arrive, earth hardens and cracks in places, and people watch clouds with a calm attention that is almost meditative. The coming monsoon is not a sudden drama, but a gradual promise. In the days leading up to it, activity moves with a soft urgency. Fields are finally smoothed, drains inspected, and shallow channels are ready to carry water where it is needed. Preparations are deliberate and unhurried, like a family arranging their rooms for a long, gentle guest. When the first heavy clouds appear, movement slows and attention gathers. The land drinks and fields begin to change color in a way that is quietly miraculous. Young green shoots unfurl slowly after the touch of warm rain, and the world seems to inhale with relief. Irrigation in these moments is a matter of subtle balance. Canals and channels divert and share. Small embankments hold the rising water, and the community watches and adjusts. There is no haste, only careful adjustments, so that too much and too little are both avoided with patient hands and communal cooperation. In drier seasons, people have their own soft technologies to remember. Wells are tended with steady rituals of drawing water. Clay pots are kept cool in the shaded compound, and small cisterns hold moisture for later. The organization of scarce water becomes a quiet skill, shifting slowly from person to person, depending on need. Bunts and terraces store what little falls, and soil is mulched with straw to hold what moisture remains. These practices are gentle, unobtrusive measures that honor the slow economy of water and the steady requirement to protect the precious dampness that keeps life possible. Fields are lived in places where daily routines carry a rhythm like a heartbeat. Early morning brings the soft sound of movement, footsteps on grass, the muffled clop of animals, and the whisper of tools. Body and day move together, each action following a calming pattern, checking seedlings, moving irrigation channels a little further, tending young plants that push through soil with quiet insistence. Work is shared and cyclical, often done at a gentle pace that makes room for pauses and observations. Even the tasks of mending and smoothing the land are unhurried, and they are done with a patient, continuous care. Rice requires particular attention to water. Where it grows, shallow pools are managed with careful hands, and fields are kept evenly wet so that tender shoots find their footing. The timing of standing water is both practical and serene. Water is allowed in, kept for a measured span, and then drawn off in stages to allow the plants to breathe and to strengthen their roots. Watching water move through the small channels is a calming sight, like liquid music tracing slow lines across the land. The practice of wet cultivation settles the mind and teaches a gentle patience for the unfolding growth of the crop. Barley, by contrast, favors drier fields and a different kind of steadiness. It is planted where the soil has been prepared and will be allowed to mature under sun and gentle rain. Its stalks rise in a steady, measured way, and the grain ripens in a sun-softened amber. Harvesting barley is a slow, rhythmic work of cutting and binding, of laying sheaves in orderly patterns to dry. The movements are calm and repetitive, almost like a slow song, where hands and tools meet in a continuous, soothing cadence until the new grain rests, ready to be gathered and stored. Planting and harvesting follow a shared timetable that the community adjusts with quiet observation. Celestial markers, the tilt of the sun, and the pattern of winds give subtle cues that shape decisions. Rather than strict calendars, farmers rely on experience, listening to the seasons as if to an old friend. This listening is patient and reflective, guided by small signs: the color of leaves, the chirp of insects, the smell of air before rain. Such cues are learned slowly and passed along in gentle instruction, forming an unspoken guide that helps each household plan its days. Tools are simple and familiar, worn smooth by use, but always ready. Wooden plows are mended and oiled. Sickles are sharpened with soft, careful strokes, and baskets are woven to hold grain and seed. Each object is used with a set of practiced motions that become almost meditative in repetition. The making and tending of tools are part of the cycle, calming actions that prepare the hands and minds of those who use them. Tools are not merely instruments, but companions in daily labor, each with a history and a place among the routines of the field. Irrigation systems are modest and elegant in their simplicity. Small canals run like slow veins through a landscape, bringing water from larger rivers or from catchment ponds. These channels are tended by many hands, and the work of opening and closing sluices is a measured communal practice. Earthen embankments guide and hold water where it is needed, and spillways smoothly pass excess to lower fields. When rainfall is abundant, these systems breathe with the land. When it is scarce, they are tightened with careful precision. The balance of water is a slow, collective art. The care of animals moves alongside crop work with a steady, comforting rhythm. Oxen and cattle graze at the fringes of fields, their bodies and breath part of the landscape's slow tempo. They pull plows in the cool mornings and carry loads of harvested grain in the evenings. Their presence is quiet and stabilizing, a constant thread in the work of the fields. Tending their needs is woven into daily life. Feeding, watering, checking for ailments, and speaking to them in soft tones that match the calm cadence of the wider day. Childhood in these places is filled with small tasks learned by watching and copying. Children follow elders into the fields with gentle curiosity, learning to recognize the sound of ripening grain, the weight of a basket, and the right time to plant a seed. Play and work blur together, and the youngest hands are given simple, soothing tasks that fit their size and skill. The passing of these small skills is quiet and patient, a slow threading of knowledge from generation to generation in a way that feels as natural and inevitable as the rotation of the seasons. The harvest itself unfolds as a slow, collective care of time and community. When the fields are ready, people gather in a soft cooperation, each bringing practiced hands to the tasks of cutting, binding, and threshing. Harvesting is done with steady, rhythmic movements, where bodies rise and fall in a calm parade of labor. There is no rush, only a continuous flow of action that moves gradually toward a shared goal. Baskets fill, sheaves stack, and the sun watches over the slow procession of work until grain is gathered and carries the quiet accomplishment of the season. After cutting, the grain must be separated from chaff in a process that is both practical and gently meditative. Threshing is often done on a flat patch of ground where animals tread or people beat the sheaves with smooth, repeated motions. The sound is a steady, percussive rhythm that settles the mind and organizes the day. Winnowing follows, with soft gusts or steady breezes used to lift light chaff away from heavy grain. This practice unfolds with an unhurried grace, where every motion is measured and calming, bringing clarity to the harvest at a slow, sure pace. Storage is a careful art of protecting the season's work. Granaries are small and purposeful, simple structures that keep grain dry and safe from pests. The storing of grain is done with soft deliberation, sacks and clay jars stacked, sealed, and labeled in ways that reflect long experience. People tend storage with periodic checks, feeling the weight of sacks, sniffing for dampness, turning what is needed for daily use. There is comfort in these measures, a quiet confidence that unites past care with future sustenance. The act of storing is itself a kind of slow reassurance. Rotation of crops and fallow periods are practiced with a gentle thoughtfulness. Fields are rested, allowed to regain strength under cover crops, or left fallow under a quiet sky. This alternation is not a stern rule, but a slow, practical respect for soil and life. The land is allowed time to gather itself, and in these resting moments, small plants and grasses return, renewing the ground's softness. Such pauses are integral and calming, a mindful acknowledgement that rest is as necessary as labor in the long, cyclical work of keeping the earth productive. Companion planting and mixtures of species are used in ways that feel intuitively balanced. Barley might share space with small legumes that help restore nitrogen, or rice paddies might encourage certain water-loving plants that support soil and pests in gentle equilibrium. These combinations are the product of slow experimentation and close attention, arrangements that emerge from many seasons of careful watching. The effect is quiet and stabilizing, a living arrangement where different plants comfort each other and enhance the health of the soil through their shared presence. Small community gatherings often coincide with seasonal markers, but they are understated and calm. People move slowly to exchange seeds, to assist in a tricky irrigation repair, or to help harvest a neighbor's field when rains shift unexpectedly. These meetings are practical and warm, lacking any urgency, and they strengthen a quiet sense of mutual reliance. The rhythm of cooperative labor is gentle and recurring, and it nurtures a sense of belonging that binds families and neighbors into a patient network of support for the long, changing cycles of farming life. Soil knowledge is local and carefully tended. Farmers know which parts of a field drain more quickly and which hold moisture longer. They recognize subtle differences in texture and smell that signal fertility or fatigue. This knowledge is embodied and slow, learned through touch and sight rather than written rules. Farmers respond to these small cues by moving certain crops to different places, by carrying compost to a tired patch, or by deepening a channel where the land seems to crave water. The practice is quiet and respectful, a continual conversation that honors the land's own voice. Compost and organic matter are treated as gentle nourishment for long-term soil health. Leftover stalks, husks, and kitchen scraps are gathered and returned to the fields in a calm recycling of life. Piles of decomposing material are tended patiently, turned slowly, and left to rest until they become rich, dark soil. This process is unglamorous and methodical, a soothing cycle that mirrors other slow rhythms. It takes time to make new fertility, and the patience needed to wait is part of the land's long, steady gift. The pace of work often follows the sun, with early mornings and late afternoons preferred for heavy tasks. The middle of the day is reserved for rest or lighter duties, a natural pause that keeps labor steady and sustainable. People sit in shade, share a quiet meal, and listen to the slow hum of the day. These pauses are deliberate and soft, giving bodies and minds a chance to recalibrate before returning to measured tasks. The balance of exertion and rest is a gentle lesson in listening to the body and the day alike. Harvest festivals and small seasonal observances are quiet, attuned to gratitude and calm reflection rather than grand celebration. They are moments when the community pauses together, acknowledging the steady work of months with shared food and soft conversation. These gatherings are simple, often held in the open air, and they reflect a humble appreciation for the land's slow generosity. The tone is peaceful and reflective, a communal inhale before the routine of storage and preparation for the next cycle resumes its gentle course. Seed saving is an act of future thinking done with careful attention. The best ears and healthiest stalks are chosen for seed and kept separate, protected from moisture and pests. This practice is humble and intentional, ensuring that each next year begins with the wisdom of the best from the last. Seeds are treated almost as family heirlooms, their selection an act of trust in continuity. The process is slow and repetitive, a mindful curation that ties the present to the seasons yet to come. The soundscape of fields is consistent and calming. Wind through ripening grain makes a soft, continuous whisper. Birds call at intervals. Insects hum with steady insistence, and the occasional lowing of animals punctuates the day. These sounds form a gentle soundtrack that accompanies every action. Moving through the fields with this sound beneath one's feet feels like walking inside a long, sustained breath. The familiarity of these noises soothes the mind, and labor becomes part of a peaceful auditory rhythm that steadies the spirit. Repair and maintenance of field structures are done with careful, unhurried attention. Embankments are inspected and mended by hands that know the subtle signs of erosion. Small leaks are found and eased, channels cleared of silt with gentle, patient strokes. This ongoing work is not dramatic, but continuous, like tending a garden in one's own body. The steady maintenance keeps things functioning and prevents sudden problems. Each small repair is a calm gesture of care that contributes to the long life and resilience of the fields. Weather variability is met with quiet flexibility. When a season brings unexpected dryness, people gently modify planting plans and prioritize plots that are better suited. When rains come heavier than usual, channels are reinforced and fields are rearranged to protect young plants. Changes are absorbed slowly into the routine with calm adjustments rather than panicked shifts. This adaptability is part of the practiced wisdom of living close to the land. It is a modest readiness to accept subtle variations and to respond with thoughtful, measured actions. Food preparation and preservation follow the rhythms of harvest and storage. Grain is milled for daily bread, soaked and cooked in simple ways that require patience and gentle heat. Excess is dried and stored, ground into finer flours for later, or kept whole for sowing. The process of turning harvested crop into meals is uninterrupted by hurry and becomes part of the slow cycle of life. Each meal carries the quiet labor of many hands, and eating is a calm acknowledgement of the steady work that brought sustenance to the table. Childbearing and childcare are woven into the fabric of farm routines. Mothers and caregivers tend both small children and small plots, finding ways to balance care with work in gentle, unrelenting rhythms. Children share in the slower parts of tasks, learning through closeness and repetition. These practices knit family life to agricultural practice in a soft, dependable way. The presence of young life among the fields adds a steady joy to the labor, and the rhythms of care and cultivation move together in a soothing, continuous pattern. Observation of natural signs extends to simple astronomy and calendrical sense. The phases of the moon, the position of certain stars, and the timing of seasonal constellations become quiet guides for planting and harvesting. Farmers watch the sky with the same unhurried attention they give to soil and water. These celestial markers are woven into the cycle of work as gentle reminders of broader rhythms, encouraging a patience that matches the slow procession of days and nights. Small workshops for tool repair and basket weaving exist near fields, modest and purposeful spaces where hands move with rehearsed calm. Baskets are woven with repetitive, soothing motions, cords tightened in the same measured way that fields are tended. Repair of tools is done with careful strokes that restore blades and smooth wood. These acts of making and mending are quiet and restorative, providing the physical things necessary for agriculture and the calming discipline of creation and repair. The relationship between fields and homesteads is one of mutual care. Domestic tasks, cooking, mending, fetching water, support the steady work done in the fields, and field tasks in return provide the ingredients for household life. This reciprocity is soft and continuous. A household's daily rhythms echo those of the field, and simple acts like bringing fresh grain to the home or returning compost to the earth are part of a slow exchange that sustains both places. The harmony between them is measured and gentle. Paths worn by repeated walking tell stories of daily use in understated ways. The soft tracks between fields and storage, between wells and houses, are smoothed by countless feet and reflect the gentle choreography of life. These tracks are quiet memorials to steady repetition, each step a small assertion of continuity. Moving along them is a soothing experience, a reminder of the modest, continuous itineraries that shape daily life and keep the slow rhythm of agriculture moving forward. Seasonal bark and leaf mulches are used to protect soil and regulate temperature. These layers are applied with calm intention, a soft covering that conserves moisture and adds gentle nutrients as they slowly decompose. Such practices are unhurried and patient, functioning like a slow, nurturing blanket laid over the earth. They help keep the soil alive and functioning without dramatic intervention, relying instead on steady cycles of addition and decay that sustain fertility over the long term. Irrigation labor is often shared among neighbors, with arrangements made in a gentle rotation. Everyone takes turns opening and closing sluices or tending a communal well, and these rhythms are agreed upon with quiet practicality. This shared responsibility creates a soft social fabric in which water is managed cooperatively. There is comfort in knowing that the care of a resource so vital as water is a shared duty, carried out in a calm, reciprocal pattern that supports all the fields and households involved. The scent of wet earth after rain is an intimate companion to work. It marks the arrival of crucial moisture and prompts a gentle increase in activity. People breathe in that rich, soothing scent as they move to smooth furrows or to set seedlings in place. The smell itself slows the mind and brings a soft focus, drawing attention to small details that might otherwise be missed. This quiet sensory cue is an essential part of the rhythm of farming, signaling the moment to act in ways that are measured and patient. Weaving of simple protective clothing and mats is a steady domestic craft that supports field work. Cloth and reed work are made with deliberate motions that require concentration and calm. The products are practical: head coverings to shield from sun, mats to dry grain, and wraps to carry small loads. These crafts are imbued with a quiet continuity, the motions repeated day after day until patterns emerge and comfort is created through fabric. The rhythm of weaving mirrors the rhythm of planting and harvest, both soothing and purposeful. Communities maintain modest records in oral memory of what has worked and what has not. Elders recall seasons of abundance and seasons of challenge, and they advise with calm recollection rather than urgent insistence. This oral archive is slow and selective, a narrative that grows across years and shapes decisions in unspoken ways. People listen and internalize these lessons, making subtle alterations to their practices that reflect collective memory. The process is soft and patient, governed by the gentle weight of experience rather than rigid decree. Pest control is simple and mindful. Natural predators are encouraged, and plant diversity helps to keep pests from overwhelming a single crop. People use smoke, aromatic herbs, and companion planting in slow, considered ways. These interventions are modest and non-intrusive, aiming to maintain balance rather than to dominate. The approach is patient and respectful, accepting that occasional losses are part of the long, living process of working with the land. Small stones and pebbles are gathered from fields and laid in patterns to aid drainage in certain spots. This quiet landscaping is done carefully and with an eye for gentle effectiveness. The stones act as slow channels to guide water or as anchors to prevent erosion. Their placement is deliberate and unobtrusive, a practical measure that harmonizes with the soft contours of the land. Working with these small elements feels like a conversation with the ground, each rock a small, steady participant in the larger system. Simple granaries and raised platforms protect stored products from dampness and pests with subtle efficiency. Elevation, airflow, and careful sealing are combined in low-key ways that keep grain safe until the next planting season. These structures are crafted with the same measured care found in fields and tools, and they reflect a long understanding of how best to preserve the harvest. The gentle vigilance of periodic checks is part of this care, ensuring that stored grain remains wholesome and ready for future use. Paths of exchange connect fields to nearby markets in a quiet flow of goods and small commerce. Farmers bring surplus grain, seeds, and simple crafts to trade for items they cannot produce themselves. These exchanges happen at a measured pace, without rush, and they strengthen a network of mutual dependence that stretches gently beyond a single community. The act of trading is slow and social, accompanied by soft conversation and the exchange of news and small comforts, reinforcing connections that support the steady cycle of agricultural life. Water lifting devices are sometimes used in a serene, skillful way. Buckets, ropes, and wooden lever systems move water from wells to fields in calm, practiced motions. The operation of such devices requires coordination and measured effort, and the sound of water being raised and poured back into channels is a soothing, repetitive presence. These mechanisms are simple and effective, blending human ingenuity with the landscape's own slow demands for balance and persistence. The edges of fields, where wild plants and hedges grow, are maintained with tenderness. These borders serve as habitats for beneficial creatures, sources of extra forage, and natural buffers that reduce erosion. Cutting back and nurturing these margins is done gently to preserve their value. The practice reflects a soft awareness that the field is not an isolated unit, but part of a larger living web. Caring for boundaries is thus a quiet, attentive gesture that upholds the health of both cultivated and wild spaces. Weather patterns are tracked not as a strict science, but as a lived art. Farmers watch cloud formations and feel changes in humidity with a calm attentiveness that grows from long exposure to the land. This embodied knowledge guides decisions in a subtle, unhurried way. People adjust their labor and plans based on these sensations, responding with flexibility and patience. The approach is neither fatalistic nor frantic. It is a steady, calm engagement with the natural rhythms that shape each season. Simple stone or earthen markers sometimes show the limits of fields and plots, and maintaining these markers is a quiet responsibility. They help communities remember boundaries with minimal dispute, and their upkeep is modest and undramatic. This preservation of order through small, steady measures supports the slow rhythm of collaboration and mutual respect. Markers are practical and calming, a physical framework that guides labor and resource sharing without conflict. The presence of water birds in wet fields is a gentle sign of ecological balance. Their quiet foraging helps control pests and fertilizes the soil with soft, natural motions. Farmers welcome these visitors as benign partners in the field's health. Watching birds move through paddies or along canals is a soothing pastime that fits neatly into the slow pace of agricultural work. The interaction between wildlife and cultivated land is a patient dialogue, one that adds an understated richness to the cycle of seasons. Simple measurement practices help farmers judge distance and depth without complex instruments. They use the span of a hand or the pace of a foot to measure rows and furrows, and these familiar units become part of a tactile knowledge. The measurements are approximate but steady, sufficient for tasks that demand consistency rather than precision. This embodied way of knowing ties the body to the land in a gentle union of scale and movement, reinforcing the unhurried simplicity of daily practice. Transporting grain and goods is done thoughtfully, with slow cadence. Loads are balanced on animals or carried in baskets with care, and the journeys themselves are paced to avoid strain. People move at temperate speeds, stopping to rest under shade or by a stream. The act of carrying and delivering is part of the broader rhythm of labor, connecting fields, homes, and markets in a calm procession that honors both practicality and bodily limits. Field boundaries are sometimes reinforced by planting lines of trees that offer shade and help arrest the wind. These trees are chosen and tended with the same patience invested in crops. As they grow, they become steady companions, their slow growth mirroring the ongoing work below. Their shade offers relief to people and animals, and their roots help bind the soil. Planting such trees is a long-term act of care, undertaken with a calm vision that accepts slow returns and steady benefits. The practice of rotating grazing areas for livestock is a considered measure to protect pastures and crops alike. Animals are moved from one section to another in a slow, planned way that allows grasses to recover and soil to rest. This rhythm of movement is a gentle choreography that balances the needs of animals with the renewal of the land. It is an exercise in restraint and foresight, a calming discipline that ensures the long-term availability of forage and the health of both fields and herds. Clay and mud, used in making simple pots for storage and cooking, are shaped with slow, attentive hands. Pottery is both practical and meditative, formed through repetitive motion and smoothed gently until the vessel feels right. These vessels become part of daily life, holding grain and water, and their creation is a calming craft. The soft, tactile engagement of molding clay is in harmony with the land's overall rhythm, a quiet art that supports the household through many seasons. Community elders play a role in advising on long-term planning with calm authority. Their counsel is grounded in memory and gentle wisdom, offered in low, steady tones that carry weight without urgency. They recall previous seasons' patterns and lend perspective, helping to guide decisions about which plots to rest and which crops to favor. Their presence is reassuring, a slow accumulation of knowledge that stabilizes choices and reinforces the continuity of agricultural practice. During particularly trying seasons, people respond with mutual aid that is measured and composed. Neighbors share seeds and lend labor in a quiet, practical way, supporting one another with actions rather than speeches. This solidarity is calm and routine, part of the social fabric that sustains communities through variations in weather and yield. There is comfort in knowing that support is steady and dependable, offered without drama and accepted with gratitude that is itself quiet and restorative. The long arc of seasons teaches a humility that is expressed in small, deliberate acts. Farmers adjust and adapt, learning to accept the limits of control and to appreciate what can be tended patiently. This humility is not resignation, but a calm acknowledgement of the natural rhythms that govern life. By working slowly and with attentive care, people participate in a sustained relationship with the land that is steady, respectful, and quietly hopeful, trusting in the slow process that connects sowing to harvest, to storage, and back again. Hands move with a slow economy, each motion measured and familiar, like the turning of a quiet river. Clay meets water, and the fingers remember a curve, a rim, a lip. The potter shapes the soft earth with a steady press, coaxing a bowl or a storage jar into being. In small courtyards and dim workshops, the same motions repeat until they settle into a rhythm that feels almost like breathing. The wheel turns, the foot guides, the hands steady the form, and the pieces rise, patient and unhurried. There is a calm in repetition and a careful attention to balance, thickness, and the fine margin between too much touch and gentle restraint. Near the kiln, the air warms and settles. Stacked vessels await their first fire with a quiet expectancy. The heat will draw water from the clay and change its nature, making it harder and more permanent. Men and women who tend the fire watch the flames with practiced patience, arranging temperatures and layers of fuel so that the heat moves slowly and evenly. Ashes and embers are managed like a long, simple prayer. When the time is right, the smoke gives way to a softer glow, and the pots emerge with new color and a cool, smooth silence about them, as if they have passed through a patient, slow transformation. Metal workers sit with tools that have familiar weight. They strike and fold, hammering copper, tin, and bronze into shapes that hold a purpose. The sound is steady and soft, a low rhythm of tapping that fills the workshop without sharpness. They know where to join, where to curve, how much to thin and when to stop. Molds are used sometimes, and sometimes a form is worked by hand until it suggests itself. Small implements, blades, and decorative pieces emerge from repeated, careful strikes. The metal cools under dipping water and is then smoothed, the edges rounded by careful filing until the surface is calm and even. Beadmakers sit close to the light, handling tiny rounded pieces of stone, shell, and glass. Each bead is small, but each receives attention that feels large. They drill, polish, and string, shaping the long necklaces of repeating color and texture. The motion of drilling is patient, guiding the small hole through stone with a steady hand. Polishing brings out a quiet glow, and the beads line up like tiny moons along a string. Patterns form when beads of different sizes and hues are combined. The work requires concentration without strain, an even tempo that allows minute imperfections to soften into character rather than error. Textile makers move with the slow logic of warp and weft. They set threads carefully, winding and counting with quiet focus, then pass the shuttle back and forth in a measured exchange. Weaving is a dialogue between two directions, each crossing the other to make a surface that can hold warmth, shade, or color. Hands monitor tension, and the body learns to keep time with the loom. Dye baths sit beside the workspace, simmering gentleness into fibers, attaching subtle color without hurry. Patterns are composed through repetition and small variations. A calm geometry built slowly until a length of cloth holds its own quiet story. Workshops often hum together, each space small and full of steady tasks. A potter's courtyard might be just across from a weaver's shaded loom, and the beadmaker may sit under an eave where the light is best. Skills pass across these boundaries like soft breezes. A child watching a mother shape clay learns to steady a hand. A young apprentice is given a simple task at first, a small repeating motion that builds confidence and muscle memory. Over months and years, the tasks widen. Learning is patient and embodied. It is held in the touch of hands and the eye for proportion, rather than only in words. This slow sharing keeps methods alive from one season to the next. Tools sit quietly when not in use, their edges softened by attention. The potter keeps a paddle and a rib close at hand. The metalworker arranges hammers of slightly different weights. The weaver has bobbins and a reed that fits the loom like a familiar friend. These instruments are simple, reliable. They are adapted to subtle needs and passed down, occasionally repaired, sometimes remade. Each tool carries the memory of prior use, the smooth spot on a handle where fingers returned most often. The continuity of these tools connects the present hand to those who came before, offering a quiet confidence that work will proceed in known ways. Materials are gathered from nearby fields, riverbanks, and wooded areas with deliberate care. Clay is mixed with temper from sand or crushed stone to prevent cracking in the kiln. Fibers come from plants and animals tended not far away. Their fibers spun into yarn and then woven into cloth. Metal is smelted from ores extracted with patient labor, and shells and semi-precious stones are collected from riverbeds and coasts. Each material holds a trace of place: the cool river silt, the dry ash from hearth fires, the soft sheen of river-polished pebbles. Handling these elements is an act of careful attention, aligning natural resources with human skill in a quiet, reciprocal way. Work follows seasonal patterns without haste. When rains arrive, certain tasks are set aside and others begin. Dry months favor work that can be done under shelter, like fine carving and bead polishing, while open courtyards fill with potters shaping large storage jars in steadier weather. Weavers may plan dyeing when sun can dry cloth thoroughly, and metalworkers choose times when the smoke of their fires causes less bother. This timing is not strict urgency, but an ease of adaptation. Craftspeople move with the seasons, allowing the natural rhythms to shape their pace, and this gives their work a calm, predictable cadence throughout the year. Techniques are described and demonstrated in steady, gentle ways. A teacher shows, the learner imitates, and the motion slowly becomes second nature. Instead of long lectures, instruction is tactile and visual. One watches the way a wrist relaxes, how fingers apply pressure, and how a loom responds to the smallest change. Mistakes are corrected with quiet repetition. Apprentices begin with simpler pieces, beads of basic size, plain cloth, small bowls, and as they gain trust, their tasks become more intricate. This patient progression builds mastery gradually, and the workshop becomes a slow, unfolding space where skill accumulates like sediment. Patterns and decorations emerge from repetition, observation, and a subtle sense of balance. A pot may receive a simple incision, a ring near the base, and a band of painted dots. A textile may carry repeated geometric motifs created by the interplay of warp and weft. Bead strings form rhythms of color and size that soothe the eye rather than startle it. These aesthetic choices are not abrupt statements, but calm continuations of form, small variations on long practiced lines. Ornamentation serves to honor function, to mark ownership or purpose, and to add a quiet beauty to everyday life. Workshops are also places of quiet exchange, where stories and teachings mix with tool noises. While hands move, voices are low and steady, sharing small accounts of weather, of harvest, of repair. This soft conversation sustains a social continuity, passing along practical knowledge and communal memories. It is not performative, it is practical and calm, like a steady current. Children may sit nearby, absorbing the cadence of speech and motion. Over time, the shared language of trade, names for tools, measurements, specific ways to fold or strike, becomes a communal memory, gently reinforced through repetition. Precision is practiced without strain. Measurement is often simple and embodied. Fingers for width, a known length of cord for spacing, the weight of a hammer felt in the wrist. Standard sizes emerge from repeated use. A jar of a certain diameter becomes the common store. A length of cloth finds a customary width. These practical standards ease exchange and reuse. They are not rigid laws, but comfortable habits engraved in hands and tools. When goods move between households or marketplaces, their familiar sizes help them fit into existing baskets, shelves, and storage pits, making everyday life function smoothly and quietly. Small innovations occur naturally and slowly. An apprentice may discover a slightly different way to tie a warp that reduces tangles. A potter might add a small change to a rim that makes pouring easier. A metalworker may refine a hammer form that gives a more even strike. Such adjustments spread through observation and gentle imitation. They are not abrupt revolutions, but incremental improvements that accumulate over seasons. This gradual pace allows techniques to remain reliable while adapting subtly to new needs. A calm evolution rather than a sudden shift. Many tasks are collaborative, involving more than one set of hands, moving in quiet coordination. Lifting a large storage jar into place requires careful understanding between lifters, a shared rhythm of breath and motion. Preparing fiber for spinning may be a communal activity, with one person combing and another taking the resulting strands. In these moments, work becomes a measured dance, the participants attentive to each other's timing. Collaboration builds trust and a shared responsibility for the outcomes. It also distributes labor so that no single person bears an undue burden of any single repetitive task. Decorative motifs sometimes carry meanings that are known and accepted without loud proclamation. A simple motif on a jar or a repeated pattern on a cloth can indicate a maker's family, a local custom, or a practical use. Such signs are subtle and used with a quiet economy. They help differentiate function and origin without requiring explanation. Over time, these motifs become part of a local visual language, familiar to those who live among them. Observation of these small signs offers a calm recognition rather than a formal labeling, a way to read meaning in everyday objects. Storage and organization are part of the craft routine. Finished goods are kept in orderly stacks, labeled often by shape or simple marks, and tools are stowed where they can be found without fuss. This arrangement minimizes wasted motion and reduces anxiety about missing equipment. Shelves, baskets, and simple racks are arranged so that a worker can move with ease from one task to the next. The physical order supports a mental calm, allowing focus to remain on the hands and the work at hand rather than on searching and interruption. Silence often accompanies focused tasks, but it is a soft, companionable silence. The soundscape of a workshop is varied yet unhurried. The faint scraping of a file, the whisper of a loom, the low foot rhythm on a wheel. These sounds do not demand attention. They steady it. They mark the passage of hours like gentle clockwork. When speech happens, it is measured and practical. The overall atmosphere is one of steady concentration, where noise is functional and the quiet is a resource for maintaining care and skill. Repair and maintenance also belong to the craftsman's daily life. Tools are sharpened and handles replaced. Broken pottery may be patched or recycled. Cloth may be reworked into smaller items when worn. This habit of caring for existing items is practical and ecological. It prolongs the usefulness of goods and sustains a calm relationship to possessions. The act of repair is not a hurried aftermath, but a planned part of life. It is as deliberate as creation. Repair work reaffirms that objects have life and use beyond first production, that they can be tended to with patience. Teaching often involves storytelling woven into practical demonstration, while an elder shows how to mix clay or how to set a loom. Small narratives may be shared about who taught them such things, or about a time when a certain technique saved a season's work. These stories are not dramatic. They are quiet anchors that place a skill within a lineage. They create a sense of belonging and continuity, reminding learners that their hands follow a path walked by others. The personal memories that surface in these moments give techniques a human warmth, a sense of being part of something that stretches beyond a single life. Contracts of exchange are informal but reliable. A craftsman may swap pottery for grain with a neighbor, or a weaver may exchange cloth for metal tools. These transactions rely on trust more than formal records. Familiarity and repeated interaction build a reliable economy of favors and exchanges. The predictability of sizes and the steadiness of work ensure that such exchanges are smooth. People know what to expect from each other, and this mutual understanding reduces the need for formal bargaining. The calm economy of craft and exchange keeps daily life balanced and steady. Women and men both participate in various aspects of production, sometimes dividing tasks by preference or practical need rather than strict rule. A household may divide labor so that spinning is done in the cooler evening while heavier tasks take place during the day. Caring for children and tending to domestic chores often interleave with craft work, allowing skills to be taught within the rhythm of family life. This blending of roles is gentle and flexible, enabling craft knowledge to pass through households in a natural, unforced way. The result is a shared competence that supports daily needs without harsh divisions. Seasonal festivals and communal gatherings provide occasions for crafts to be displayed and exchanged. Special textiles may be woven for certain observances or pottery decorated for communal meals. These moments are simple and steady, offering a chance for craft to be seen by wider circles and for makers to take pride in their skill. The crafts do not stand in isolation. They are woven into community life, offering material forms that mark social rhythms. The displays are calm, understated, and rooted in function more than spectacle. The texture of finished goods matters in quiet ways. A pot's surface may be burnished until it feels smooth under the palm. A cloth may be woven tightly enough to resist dust, yet soft enough to fold easily. A necklace may have beads so well polished they whisper against each other. These tactile qualities are important because objects are used daily. They are felt, stored, carried. Comfort and ease are valued alongside beauty. The craftspeople pay attention to these details because they know how much such small comforts matter in the unremarkable routines of life. Workshops often hold multiple smaller tasks that link together across days. Preparing a length of fiber begins with plant processing, continues with spinning, and later becomes weaving. Clay must be dug, prepared, thrown, dried, and then fired over many days. Metalworking includes ore smelting, alloying, casting, and finishing. These chains of action require patience and planning. Craftspeople learn to time their efforts so that each stage progresses smoothly into the next. This sense of slow coordination creates an unhurried momentum, a temporal architecture that supports steady production without rush. Apprenticeships sometimes involve long years of simple work before more complex tasks are entrusted. This extended learning cultivates temperament as much as skill. A patient temperament is shaped by hour after hour of steady practice, the acceptance of slow progress, and the satisfaction of incremental improvement. This internal calm is essential to crafts that require delicate touch and precise timing. The apprenticeship is as much about forming habits of attention as it is about learning techniques, and that foundational temperament helps ensure that work will be careful and considered for many seasons. The aesthetic of utility is gentle and pervasive. Objects are made to be useful first and harmonious second. Even ornamentation tends to enhance function. A lip that steadies pouring may receive a decorative ring, or a repeated weave pattern may strengthen a length of cloth. This balance keeps objects from becoming merely decorative. They are part of living. This practical beauty is quiet and unassuming, a visual language that values steadiness and restraint. Such choices are intentional and reflect a culture of making that privileges endurance, usefulness, and calm visual coherence. Learning to read materials is part of craft wisdom. A potter senses when clay holds too much moisture. A weaver notices when a thread will break under tension. A metal worker listens to the sound of a strike to judge hardness. These perceptual skills are subtle and cultivated over a long time. They depend on attentive practice and a willingness to slow down and listen with the body. This embodied knowledge is often more stable than written rules. It is alive in hands and eyes. The craftspeople honor this quiet expertise, and it becomes a central part of how they navigate daily tasks. Many techniques emphasize conservation and thrift. Scraps of cloth are rewoven, broken beads are repolished or reframed, and offcuts of metal are melted down to be used again. Such habits reduce waste and make the most of limited resources. They also encourage careful measurements and prudent planning. The discipline of thrift is not ascetic, but practical, woven into a calm approach to material use. It reinforces an ethic of sufficiency, where objects are valued for their continued service rather than their novelty. Craftspeople pay attention to storage conditions in subtle ways. Pottery is kept shaded and dry to avoid mold. Textiles are wrapped and tied for safe stacking. Beads are kept in small containers to prevent loss. These measures are simple and sensible, the product of seasonal experience. They reflect a slow attentiveness to the life cycle of objects, extending their usefulness and preserving the calm order of household stores. Such care is habitual, a low-voiced discipline that preserves resources and reduces anxiety about scarcity. Intergenerational ties are visible in the workshops. An elder sits near the doorway, offering occasional corrections and quiet encouragement. Younger hands move with energetic concentration, and middle-aged workers bridge instruction and production. The circulation of tasks among ages provides stability and continuity. Experience is available to temper enthusiasm, and youthful attention brings steady energy to repetitive work. This balanced mix supports a calm atmosphere where learning, practice, and production coexist without hurry. Certain designs and techniques become local identifiers, passed from family to family as a shared heritage. A specific weave, a pot shape, or a bead arrangement can speak of a place without words. These local signatures are not ostentatious but gently recognizable to those within the community. They offer a sense of belonging and continuity, an assurance that what is made here follows a known path. This subtle belonging is a quiet comfort, grounding the craft in a living tradition that is both stable and responsive to gentle changes. The act of selling or exchanging crafted goods follows a steady, predictable rhythm. Makers present their items at market days or to passing traders with a calm confidence in the quality of what they offer. The modest diversity of shapes and colors allows for easy comparison without loud competition. Buyers and sellers rely on familiar standards and reputations built over time. Transactions conclude with a sense of mutual satisfaction rather than triumph or loss. This steady commerce supports household needs with a measured, unhurried economy. Curiosity within workshops can lead to small experiments. A new pigment might be tried on a few pieces of cloth to see how it holds over time. A different alloy may be mixed to test a slightly different color or strength. These experiments are gentle and limited. They do not overturn established methods, but quietly explore alternatives. When an experiment proves useful, it diffuses slowly through the community. This cautious innovation balances respect for proven practices with a simple curiosity that seeks to improve daily life gradually. The repetition of craft work can become meditative. The rhythm of the wheel, the shuttle, the hammer, and the drill can quiet thought and steady breath. This repetitive focus fosters a calm internal space where worries soften and attention narrows to the immediate contact between hand, tool, and material. In such moments, time feels elongated and gentle. The mind rests in action, and the craft becomes both an occupation and a quiet form of presence, a steady practice that aligns body, skill, and the subtle passage of the day. Patterns of apprenticeship and family labor create networks of knowledge that stretch beyond single households. When an apprentice marries into another family, techniques travel quietly across households. When a craftsman travels with trade, he carries new forms of practice to other places. This slow diffusion through personal connections creates a living map of craft knowledge that is flexible and gentle. The web of relationships keeps techniques resilient because they are embedded in many hands and many stories, not confined to a single place or moment. Small rituals surround certain production stages. A pot may be set near a special corner before firing. A new loom may be welcomed with a simple blessing. Such acts are calm gestures acknowledging the care that goes into making and the social value of the finished object. Rituals of this kind are not performative spectacles, but quiet acknowledgments that the work matters. They mark transitions, raw to finished, private labor to public use, in ways that lightly sanctify the routine without drawing undue attention. The sensory life of the workshop is subtle and steady. Clay has a particular dampness and smell. Fires give off warm breath, dyes offer faint herbal scents, and polished metal catches the light with an unobtrusive gleam. These sensations are woven into daily rhythms, providing gentle markers of task and time. The craftspeople become finely attuned to these cues, using them to judge readiness and to pace their work. The overall sensory world is intimate and calming, a companion to slow attention rather than a distraction. Exchange of raw materials often depends on nearby natural cycles. Seasonal floods may bring new alluvial clay, while dry months may reveal different stones and shells along riverbanks. Craftspeople learn to respond to these cycles, adjusting their work to make use of what the landscape offers. This attentive relationship with nature is pragmatic and patient. It requires a willingness to adapt tools and forms to changing inputs, and it fosters a sense of cooperation with the environment rather than domination, a calm reciprocity between human effort and the gifts of place. As skills accumulate across years, the quality of work improves in subtle ways. The potter's rims become steadier, the weaver's patterns cleaner, the metalworker's joins smoother. This improvement is not sudden, but the outcome of long, attentive practice and quiet refinement. Makers take small satisfactions in these developments. They notice the way a particular finish now comes easily, or how a shared technique saves time. These small gains are meaningful because they ease daily labor and enhance the quiet dignity of made things. Instruction includes practical numeracy and measurement passed in simple terms. Counting threads, marking lengths with knots, or judging volume by known vessels are everyday methods of calculation. These practices are functional and embedded in the work itself. They teach a kind of practical mathematics that is directly applicable to production tasks. The knowledge is passed gently, often without formal notation, and is anchored in repeated use so that it becomes a reliable resource for planning and making. Shared storage and distribution of tools and materials sometimes emerge within cooperative arrangements. A group of households may pool certain costly metals or specialized tools, making them available when needed. This kind of sharing reduces waste and fosters a quiet interdependence. It also smooths the burden of occasional scarcity and allows smaller producers to access resources they might not afford alone. The cooperative is pragmatic and low-key, a practical solution that supports steady craft production across seasons. A craftsman's pride is measured in calm ways. It is found in a bowl that pours without dripping, a cloth that resists wear, or a necklace whose beads sit evenly. Pride is not boastful, but quietly satisfied, a recognition that care and patience have produced something useful and enduring. This internal satisfaction sustains the inclination to keep improving, to teach patiently, and to maintain a steady pace of life. It is a modest, stabilizing force, guiding both individual work and communal standards. In everyday life, the rhythm of craft and household chores interweave without harsh separation. Spinning may happen by a hearth while a meal simmers, Clay may be shaped under a low sun and left to dry while another task is done. This blending of activities allows for efficiencies and creates a soothing predictability. Daily life is structured by these interleavings, producing a calm temporal fabric where work and care, production and family life naturally fit together in a manner that supports steady continuity. Over time, the accumulation of small improvements and habits produces a body of practice that is both efficient and gentle. Techniques become ingrained, tools refined, and communal networks strengthened. This gradual layering creates resilience without abrupt change. The craftspeople move through their days with a confidence born of repetition and mutual support, and their work provides material stability to the household and community. The steady, quiet persistence of these practices is itself a form of continuity, a slow, unbroken thread that connects daily life across seasons and years. Rivers move in a quiet, patient way, carrying small, steady burdens from one place to another. Boats slip along their surfaces with soft wakes, and their movements are slow like a breath. Each journey is measured by the turn of the seasons, by the rise of water and the hush of dry months. Along the banks, people watch in gentle attention, understanding the rhythm of loading and unloading, watching the steady exchange of things that help sustain daily life. A boat at the river comes to rest against a simple wooden post, and hands reach out with woven baskets and clay jars. The motion is gentle, practiced, almost ceremonial, as goods are passed from vessel to shore. Grain moves in satchels, lengths of fabric are folded like quiet promises, and small boxes of metal tools are set down with care. There is a softness in the way things change hands, as if everyone trusts the slow logic of exchange. Caravans move across the land like a measured heartbeat, a string of pack animals and people walking in unhurried formation. The animals tread familiar tracks, following paths that have been walked for generations. Each step is a small commitment to connection, and the sound of hooves on the road becomes part of the landscape's music. People in the caravan know how to rest at the right moments, to water the animals, to fold their tents, and to move again with calm steadiness. Paths that lead away from water remain attentive to weather and season. Traders and travelers read the sky and the soil, choosing to journey when the earth is forgiving and the rivers are navigable. They carry with them stores for the way, bundles that are both useful and light, and the knowledge of when to stop in a shaded grove or near a village well. The journey itself is woven into a larger pattern of care and habit that sustains life over time. Markets gather like a gentle clearing in the daily routine, a place where supply meets need in an understated way. People come with small offerings and small requests, bartering quietly, naming prices with calm voices. The market is not merely a place of commerce. It is a space where neighbors exchange news, where stories settle into the air along with the dust. Stalls of woven reed and rough wood hold rows of simple goods that are handled and examined with softness. The river and the road join in the work of provision, each supporting the other in patient cooperation. Boats bring bulky materials that are heavy and moist from travel, and caravans take up fine items that can be carried for many miles. Together, they weave a network that is both practical and poetic, connecting farmsteads to town centers, reaching mills and workshops, and bringing distant things close enough to be used in daily making and mending. Along the river, small harbor settlements form where people keep boats and nets, where ropes hang to dry in the sun, and where simple platforms allow for easy loading. These places are shaped by repetition, crafted over seasons into efficient spaces. Simple ramps and ledges guide the movement of crates and pots, and the same hands that mend nets also tend to balances and measures. The harbor's pace is calm, governed by the flow of water and the needs of those who depend on it. Caravans pause at village edges, and small market squares open like friendly palms. People bring their goods in baskets balanced on heads, on backs, and on the sides of animals. Everything is arranged to be seen and touched easily, to invite slow inspection and honest exchange. Sellers know the faces of their customers, and buyers know the sources of the items they seek. This close knowledge softens the act of trade into a social rhythm rather than a mere transaction. Goods move not only as objects, but as stories and skills. A pot carries the memory of a hands-on shaping by a potter. A tool bears the imprint of a smith's strike, and a length of cloth holds dyes mixed with careful hand. When these items travel, they carry traces of where they were made, and people who receive them learn small things about distant places. The exchange is gentle education, a spreading of craft and habit that grows slowly across the land. Weights and measures create a calm language of fairness. Simple stones or marked containers become the standard for exchange, and the practice of measuring becomes a ritual of trust. People rely on these markers to know that what they give is what they should, and that what they receive is true. This quiet agreement is part of what allows goods to move and markets to function without hurry, grounded in predictable ways of counting and weighing. Small warehouses and storage rooms stand near markets and harbors, cool and shadowed, holding stock for seasons ahead. They are built to keep grain dry and to protect fragile goods from the heat and damp. Clay-lined pits and raised platforms preserve what is stored, while overseers keep gentle watch, noting the levels and the needs. This careful attention allows communities to smooth the peaks and troughs of supply, ensuring quiet continuity through changing weather. The craft of packing is itself a practiced art, folding fabric, cradling jars, and wrapping metal tools in coarse cloth. Such care reduces breakage and saves effort, so that each piece arrives ready for use. Those who prepare goods for travel know how to arrange loads evenly on animals and boats, balancing weight and protecting delicate surfaces. This knowledge is another part of the slow network that keeps daily life supplied and steady. Along the routes, way stations offer rest and simple fare. A warm stew and a bed of straw are given to travelers, and the brief respite becomes part of the rhythm of movement. Hosts at these stations know the names of regular visitors and the sorts of goods they carry. There is a softness in the way strangers become familiar through repeated stops, and this familiarity makes the long paths feel less remote and more like a series of well-tended steps. Trade travels with a careful calendar. Certain seasons are favored for moving particular goods. Others are reserved for local exchange. The monsoon's arrival, the retreat of waters, the ripening of harvests all shape the when of journeys. People learn to listen to these rhythms, to move with the current of nature's time. This attentiveness contributes to the steady, predictable flow of supply that allows communities to rest easy, Coins and simple tokens may change hands, but so do favors and reciprocal acts. A gift of surplus grain might return later as help with a harvest, a repaired tool, or a shared story. Such exchanges keep relationships alive and create layers of mutual assistance. These softer economies are woven into the market economy, making trade not only a series of transactions, but an ongoing conversation between people. Small bridges and ferries mark the places where river and road meet and require patience. Crossing points are chosen for their quiet reliability, where currents are gentle and approaches are secure. People wait in calm ways for the right moment to cross, moving with an awareness of safety and timing. The movement over bridges and ferries is a metaphor for the gentle passage of goods and ideas, carried carefully from one side to the next. Goods carried in boats often travel greater bulk, while caravans carry variety. The river's capacity invite heavier items like timber, large storage jars, and whole loads of grain. On land, traders bring bundles of personal goods, small high-value items, and things that need careful attention. Together, they complete a balance, the river offering strength and the road offering reach, creating a system that is patient and reliable. At the edges of markets, craftsmen display their wares and demonstrate skills with calm focus. A potter shapes a bowl on a slow-turning wheel. A weaver tidies the edge of cloth, and a smith hammers a tiny curve into a tool. These demonstrations are soft and unhurried, allowing buyers to see the quality and care that went into each object. The connection between making and selling is close, and the market becomes a place where craft is visible and valued. Simple records may be kept on clay tokens or knots of string, marking who delivered what and when. These marks are modest, practical ways to remember exchanges and obligations. They create a thread of accountability that is gentle, not punitive, helping communities keep track of flows without harshness. The practice of recording becomes another quiet tool in the shared work of provision. Rivers shape the timing of journeys. When water is high, boats move with ease and speed, the current assisting their passage. When the river rests low and slow, people choose to move overland instead, following the sun and paths. This interplay between water and land fosters a patient flexibility, a readiness to adapt to the mood of the environment. Travelers learn to read the river the way they read a neighbor's face, with calm attention. Markets are often arranged in simple clusters, each stall holding a soft array of colors and textures. Fabrics hang like gentle flags, pottery sits in ordered rows, and baskets of grain form low, steady mounds. The arrangement is practical and pleasing, allowing people to move through the stalls with ease. The market's design helps keep exchange gentle, preventing chaos and enabling each person to find what they need at a measured pace. Small boats are tended like living things, their hulls oiled, their ropes braided, their oars smoothed by use. The people who work them know each creak and each reaction to wind and current. This intimate knowledge makes river movement secure and calm. A well-maintained boat is a trusted companion, capable of carrying heavy loads and staying true to planned routes without fuss or haste. The trade of perishable goods requires quick but measured attention. Fruits and fresh vegetables are moved close to market, carried in cool early hours, or placed in shaded baskets to keep them fresh. The timing of their movement is a quiet art, balancing speed and care. People handling these goods tend them as if they were delicate thoughts, aware that their freshness is a short window to be honored. Caravans often travel in small groups for safety and company, their pace dictated by the slowest member. This solidarity creates an atmosphere of mutual care, as each person watches for signs of fatigue in another and offers help when needed. The shared path becomes an unspoken promise, a collective rhythm that smooths the journey and ensures that goods and people alike reach their destinations with gentle steadiness. Markets also serve as places for the exchange of knowledge. While goods change hands, so do methods, recipes, and small practical tips. A farmer might learn a new way to store grain, a potter might hear of a different clay source, or a weaver might pick up a pattern passed along from a distant village. This circulating wisdom moves as quietly as any object, enriching communities without fanfare. Paths are marked by simple signs and familiar trees, guiding travelers with soft certainty. Roadside shrines, wells, and common resting stones become landmarks that ease the mind. These markers help caravans find their way and reassure travelers that they are on a known route. The presence of such markers is a gentle human imprint on the landscape, a quiet companion to everyone who moves along these ancient ways. Simple systems of credit and trust smooth the flow of goods. A merchant might leave a crate with a trusted neighbor, expecting repayment in kind later. These arrangements depend on steady character and memory rather than strict enforcement. The calm reputation of a person or place often stands as a stronger guarantee than any written note. This trust forms the social fabric that supports trade in a soft, dependable way. Docks and loading areas often feature low platforms where people sit and mend nets, weave small items, or simply rest and watch the water. These moments of stillness are part of the trade's rhythm, opportunities for hands to do light work while waiting for the next load. Such interludes are woven into the day, making the pace of exchange feel humane and unhurried. The seasonal movement of goods teaches patience. When certain items are only available at particular times, people learn to wait and prepare. Households store and conserve, scheduling their needs within the larger pattern of availability. This learning becomes a quiet discipline, one that helps communities live within the limits of nature's timing and appreciate the arrival of goods when they come. A simple scale, balanced with practiced hands, becomes a social instrument that keeps exchanges fair. As weight is measured and counted, a quiet ritual of balance takes place. People watch movements with relaxed attention, trusting the fairness of the measures. The act itself is calming, an exercise in mutual acknowledgement and quiet justice that helps communities feel safe in their dealings. Trade routes follow gentle geography, passing through lowlands and along plain edges, avoiding harsh mountains and dangerous passes. These choices favor slow, steady progress and repeated familiarity with the land. Travelers learn to prefer simpler routes that promise predictability and ease. The network that emerges is a map of quiet logic, shaped by the desire for calm and reliable movement rather than haste. Goods that travel far often carry a touch of the places they came from. A distinctive dye, a pattern on cloth, or a carved motif on a handle. These small differences are noticed and appreciated at markets, creating a subtle appreciation for variety. The exchange of objects becomes a slow, tasteful dialogue between regions, a gentle blending of local character and distant taste. In villages, market days are anticipated with soft preparation. People repair baskets, sort surplus goods, and decide what to trade. The day itself unfolds with predictability, each action practiced and familiar. Market day becomes part of the social calendar, a measured occasion that structures weekly life and provides gentle opportunities for renewal and exchange. Transport animals are treated with calm respect. Their care, feeding, resting, grooming, is part of the daily routine for traders. Healthy animals travel better and reduce stress for their handlers. The bond between human and animal on the road becomes a steady companion, a relationship marked by reciprocal care that ensures the caravan's continuity. Small systems of price and value are learned through repetition. People know the worth of certain goods by sight and touch, by the lightness of a fabric or the sheen of a metal. This tacit knowledge grows over time, forming a quiet education that makes shopping and selling a natural, almost instinctive act. The market thus becomes a classroom of everyday wisdom. Along the river, boats sometimes wait for the right wind or the ebb of the tide. This waiting is a patient lesson in timing, an acceptance of circumstances rather than an attempt to force movement. People who travel by water learn to read the water's mood and respond with stillness when necessary. This patience is a gentle quality that colors the whole practice of riverborne exchange. Merchants keep small ledgers or memory lists of who they traded with and what they received. These notes are minimalist and practical, serving as quiet reminders that help maintain balance. Memory plays a large role, and older traders often act as living archives of exchange, their recollections guiding fair dealings and smoothing potential misunderstandings with calm firmness. The exchange of food staples involves careful handling to prevent spoilage. Grain, pulses, and preserved foods are packed and stored with attention to dryness and ventilation. Simple clay jars and woven baskets do the work of protection, and people arrange their supplies according to expected need. This orderly practice helps households and markets maintain steady availability without panic. Trade fosters a soft circulation of ideas about value and need. When merchants bring new styles of pottery or fresh dyes, artisans notice and sometimes adapt. Crafts evolve subtly as new materials and aesthetics spread. This gradual change is not abrupt. It is a slow conversation across time and space that reshapes production in small, graceful increments. Caravans sometimes include simple traders who carry news along with goods. As they move, they gossip softly about distant happenings, about weather or harvests, and about small community events. This informal intelligence is part of the route's service, a human exchange that complements the passing of objects. It keeps distant communities connected in a gentle, human way. Market stalls are arranged so movement flows like a calm stream. People can stroll, pause, and return without jostling. This thoughtful layout reduces stress and allows time for careful choice. The architecture of the market is modest but effective, designed to be useful and comforting, making the act of exchange feel natural and unhurried. Packing for long journeys involves selecting durable containers and arranging items to minimize shift and friction. Traders know how to distribute weight and how to protect fragile goods. This careful preparation is a quiet discipline that ensures the longevity of objects and the safety of travelers. It is a craft that values foresight and steady hands. Simple trade agreements are often sealed with gestures of hospitality, a shared meal, or an exchange of small gifts. These acts transform business into relationship, creating a layer of personal connection that helps future dealings. The warmth of a shared cup or a small token can cement trust in a way that extends beyond the immediate transaction, enriching the network with kindness. Rivers and roads both favor certain seasons for heavy traffic, and people adapt their lives accordingly. During busy periods, the rhythm of loading and selling quickens softly, and communities coordinate efforts to meet increased demand. Then, as activity subsides, a calmer tempo returns, and people rest and repair. This cyclical movement brings an overall balance that protects both resources and human energy. The slow circulation of small luxury items, beads, dyes, rare spices, creates subtle desires that travel calmly from place to place. People who receive them may treasure these objects, using them sparingly and passing on their appreciation as part of stories. These items travel lightly, but leave impressions that shape tastes and values over long spans of time. Harbor masters and caravan leaders act as quiet managers, observing and directing flows with gentle authority. They know the schedules, the reliable hands, and the best routes. Their role is not one of force, but of coordination, a thoughtful, guiding presence that keeps exchange moving smoothly. Their decisions are small and careful, tending to the network with steady hands. Trade also supports seasonal festivals and rituals by bringing in materials needed for communal observance. New dyes for banners, special foods for gatherings, and fragrant resins for offerings travel to local centers where they are used in quiet celebration. The pattern of supply and ritual is intertwined, each giving meaning to the other in a soft cultural rhythm. The language of bargaining tends toward grace rather than conflict. Prices are discussed with practiced phrases, concessions offered and accepted in a way that maintains dignity for both parties. These interactions are part of a long tradition of mutual respect that keeps markets calm and relationships intact. The dance of negotiation flows like a slow song, familiar and comforting to all who take part. Routes are sometimes adjusted because of small innovations, a new bridge, a cut path, or a repaired road. These adjustments bring a quiet improvement in efficiency, making travel easier and safer. Communities notice the changes and adapt their practices, and the network of exchange becomes ever more resilient through small, steady enhancements. In town centers, storage houses double as places where people exchange stories while tending to goods. Over barrels and bundles, they talk and compare notes about shipments and sources. This overlapping of social and economic space creates a warm coherence, blending trade with daily life. The market thus becomes an extension of community, not separate from it. Goods carried by boat often arrive layered with moisture and river scents, and people who receive them handle these items with calm care, airing and drying where needed. This simple practice restores items to comfortable condition and prepares them for domestic use. The handling itself is gentle, a form of quiet stewardship that honors both object and provider. Caravans leave behind small improvements along their paths: a repaired fence, a trimmed hedge, a cleared way. These small works of maintenance arise from repeated use and from the mutual interest in keeping roads passable. Over time, these touches become part of the path's character, making travel easier and lending a sense of care that comforts travelers. Marketplaces reflect seasonal colors: the bright green of newly harvested vegetables, the deep brown of stored grain, the varied hues of dyed cloth. These colors shift gently through the year and provide visual cues about abundance and need. People move through this palette with calm acceptance, arranging their lives around the slow changes of supply. Weights are simple and trusted: carved stones, marked pots, or balanced beams. These instruments are cared for and kept consistent across seasons. The predictability of measurement fosters confidence and prevents disputes. People appreciate the quiet fairness that such tools bring, and so they remain central to the practice of exchange. Small boats and caravans alike are part of a wider system that respects the slow logic of supply and demand. They do not rush but move with intention, responding to weather, festivals, and harvests. This measured approach keeps the flow of goods sustainable and humane. It is a rhythm that honors the limits of both people and land. Markets often cluster near wells and shade trees, so buyers and sellers find comfort as they trade. The physical setting enhances the social experience, providing places to rest and to speak quietly while choosing goods. This design makes trade feel safe and easy, a pleasant part of the week rather than a stressful chore. The movement of goods supports a wide range of livelihoods in quiet ways. Fishermen, potters, weavers, millers, and farmers all depend on the network of exchange to connect their work to those who need it. The interdependence is gentle and steady, each role sustaining the others in a soft communal balance that endures through many seasons. Trade routes sometimes carry seeds and plants, and along with them come new possibilities for cultivation. A seed brought from afar might take root in new soil and alter local patterns of growth slowly and without urgency. This botanical exchange is another form of gentle change, one that unfolds in small increments over years, adding quiet variety to the landscape. At market edges, children watch and learn, absorbing the patterns of trade in their own slow way. They see how goods are displayed, how bargaining is polite, and how trust is built. This learning is unhurried, passed down through observation and participation. In time, they will carry this quiet knowledge forward, continuing the network with the same gentle care. Paths and rivers host a rhythm of repair and renewal. Boats are recalked, ropes are replaced, and wagons are mended as part of routine maintenance. These acts are small but essential, ensuring that the network remains functional and safe. The steady attention to upkeep is a quiet pledge to continuity and to the shared life of the communities involved. Trade routes keep small stores and inns in motion, places where travelers find rest and exchange. These stops are modest and reliable, providing food, water, and shelter with kindly efficiency. They offer more than service. They offer the reassurance that someone is paying attention, that routes are tended and safe to use. The hospitality at these places is calm and restorative, encouraging the continuation of exchange. The distribution of staple goods helps stabilize daily life, so families can plan and maintain steady routines. When grain and salt and oil circulate predictably, households feel secure in their basic needs. This stability is a quiet achievement of the trade network, enabling people to focus on other parts of life, like tending fields, making crafts, and caring for children. Simple marketplaces often have small rules and customs that guide behavior, where certain goods are sold, how stall spaces are allocated, and how disputes are settled. These norms are learned and respected, producing a shared sense of order. The effect is gentle predictability, helping every visitor know what to expect and how to move comfortably within the space. Trading routes carry more than material goods. They carry rhythms of life. The slow passage of boats and caravans keeps a soft continuity between places, a weave of human activity that links fields and homes. This continuity is a quiet reassurance, a steady network that supports daily existence and creates a sense of belonging across distances. In the steady movement of goods, there is an enduring lesson in patience and reciprocity. Each exchange, each carefully wrapped package, and each measured weight contributes to a larger pattern of care. The network of river and road, of harbor and market, works because people attend to it with gentle attention, preserving a rhythm that is calm, reliable, and sustaining. A slow morning settles over the courtyard, and the first movements are careful and unhurried. Someone lifts a lid from a clay pot, and the quiet sound of steam wanders upward, soft as a thought. Hands move with memory, palms and fingers easing dough, coaxing water into measures that have felt right for many seasons. The rhythm is gentle and exact, a patient counting of scoops and presses. Outside, a hen scratches near the steps, and the small noises of waking are woven into the household's pace. Movement and stillness exchange places with a steady, calm tempo that feels like an unspoken promise of continuity. A stone grinder sits near the hearth, its surface smoothed by years of small, circular gestures. A woman's arms slow the top stone in a round arc, and there is a steady, even beat to the grinding. Each turn is a soft, dependable sound, a private metronome for the tasks that follow. Grain darkens into flour under the motion, and the aroma rises, mild and grounding. Such tasks are not hurried. They are practiced in a tempo that honors care. In the measured hours, patience deepens like the flavors being formed, slow and steady as the household gathers itself for the day. The hearth is a gentle center, a warm stillness carefully tended. Coals are arranged with deliberate hands, not quickly, but with attention, coaxing a slow, even heat. A pot is placed above, and steam breathes out in even puffs. Cooking is an extended act of time, an invitation to watch and listen. The stirring spoon moves in soft, circular motions, folding flavors slowly into a pot. The sounds are low and regular, and they mark the passage of time as much as the sun marking its climb. To be in the vicinity of such steady making is to feel the world compress into a quiet loop of care. Dough is kneaded with an intimacy that is familiar and calm, fingers mapping a landscape they know by touch. The surface yields, then resists, then gives, in a measured back and forth that becomes almost a slow chant, flattening and turning, pressing and shaping. Each motion is a patient negotiation with texture and time. The hands remember how temperature, humidity, and the softness of flour will shape the final bread. As the dough rests, there is a soft hush. The household breathes in time with it. The waiting is as gentle as the doing, equally necessary and serene. Water is fetched with both economy and tenderness. A container is lifted, the weight acknowledged, and steps are paced for balance and ease. Each repeat of this small labor trains the body to move with a measured grace, conserving effort and attention. The water is poured into vessels, pooled for washing, and used to coax life back into tired fibers. Washing is not a rush. It is a sequence of motions, a dip, a rub, a rinse, carried out in a calm rhythm. Fabrics are massaged, dirt loosened in slow circulation, then spread to dry in a line that catches the day's gentle warmth. Children move through these spaces like soft reminders of continuance. They learn by copying slow gestures, watching wrists and shoulders, absorbing the tempo of care. Sometimes a small hand takes hold of a larger one, and lessons pass in silence as much as in words. A lullaby hums under the sound of clattering pots, a steady, low melody that anchors the day. The voice is neither high nor urgent, simply steady, a low stream of vowels and consonants that fold into sleep when the day becomes quiet. The little body settles, soothed by repetition and the predictable presence of familiar sounds. Weaving is a long and steady practice in a corner shaded from the glare of noon. Threads are drawn with care across a frame, the warp and weft meeting in a slow, deliberate dance. Fingers guide the shuttle. The clack of the loom is constant, metered, a soft machine heartbeat. Patterns emerge one gentle beat at a time, rows lying beside rows with quiet patience. The materials respond to the touch, fiber by fiber, and the weaver moves with a calm focus that has the quality of meditation. Each finished cloth is a quiet record of attention, made slowly and respectfully. Metalworking and tool maintenance are not sudden eruptions, but slow reshaping. An edge is honed with small, patient strokes against stone, sparks kept minimal and deliberate. The sound of steel on stone is sparse and even, a low scraping that echoes the same steady cadence found in other household acts. Tools are cared for in a rhythm that preserves them, extending usefulness rather than seeking novelty. Each repair is an acceptance of gradual change, a willingness to sustain what is needed through attentive motion and steady hands. A basket is woven from pliant reeds while the sun lowers. The fingers fold, twist, and tuck in cycles that repeat until the form is complete. The act is slow, each pass an unhurried decision. There is comfort in the repetition, in the steady creation of order from flexible material. As the basket grows, so too does a quiet pride, but it is a calm, unspoken satisfaction, not loud or boastful. The finished object will carry small things for many days, and that potential keeps the hands steady and the mind soft. Meals are shared in a manner that is unhurried and communal. Food is placed in simple bowls, and there is a deliberate passing from hand to hand. Conversation, when it arises, is low and measured, more like waves moving along a quiet shore than lively ripples. The pace of eating is gentle, mouths close slowly, drinks are sipped instead of drained. The sharing is an exercise in attentiveness to presence, to the comfort of another, and to the sustaining quiet that comes from knowing basic needs are met in calm, repeated gestures. Children are taught basic tasks in small, steady increments. A child's first attempts at using a spindle resemble a slow conversation between thumb, string, and spindle. The parent's hands might hover, guiding with minimal pressure until the child's motions find their own rhythm. Lessons are patient, repeated across mornings and afternoons until motion becomes memory. There is no hurry in teaching. The emphasis is on steady practice, on the gradual building of skill that will be there without frantic effort when the child needs it in future seasons. The courtyard is swept with a soft, wide-bristled broom, each pass overlapping the last, until dust no longer gathers in corners. The sweeping is not a frantic clearing, but a calm smoothing, like the gentle polishing of a mind. The rake of the broom makes a quiet, reassuring sound, and the circle of motion is repeated until the space feels orderly and light. Cleaning is a compassionate practice, an act of caring for the surfaces on which life will unfold. In taking time to restore simplicity, the household keeps itself in a state of readiness that is calm and unobtrusive. Domestic animals are cared for in ways that mirror the household's pace. Feeding is measured, not rushed. Water is available in a shallow trough, refilled with a steady hand. Animals respond to the household's tempo by becoming calm companions rather than noisy demands. The care given to them, combing a coat, easing a halter, becomes another way of practicing gentleness. These small acts of maintenance are performed with a quiet concentration that honors the interdependence between human and animal life, an exchange of calm attention for simple well-being. Repairing a thatched roof or mending a broken door is approached with calm knowledge of materials and time. Work begins with a slow assessment, fingers tracing the seams for weakness. The repair proceeds in gentle increments. A patch here, a tightened knot there, a replacement of a few strands. There is no need for haste. The household accepts that durability comes from careful reinforcement rather than a dramatic overhaul. The motions are patient and methodical, and as they progress, an overall sense of stability grows like a gentle tide. Seed sorting is another unhurried task, performed with patience and a steady eye. Small hands separate grains, removing small stones and imperfect pieces until the container contains only what will sow to a reliable crop. The motion of picking, dropping, and sifting becomes almost a contemplative act. It is careful work, balancing attention and simplicity, ensuring that future seasons are gently prepared for. The hands move slowly, trusting time and repetition to confirm quality and readiness, a calm preface to the cycles ahead. Carrying a sleeping child across a courtyard involves an awareness of balance and warmth, an art of minimizing disturbance so that a dream remains intact. The steps are quiet, measured, each footfall as soft as possible. The body becomes a moving cradle, absorbing the child's breathing and maintaining it in slow, steady rhythm. These moments create a deepening of trust, a gentle communication that words rarely convey. The carrying is a tender, rhythmic practice, and it settles both the carrier and the carried into a slower cadence. Small offerings are arranged at simple household shrines with whispered phrases and steady hands. The act itself is not a performance, but a habitual tending, a recognition of presence that requires neither spectacle nor urgency. A leaf might be placed, a grain offered, and a small bell may sound once, low and clear, before resting into stillness. These moments add a layer of quiet ritual to daily life, a soft punctuation that marks time without alarm. They are practices of attention that fold ordinary acts into a wider tapestry. Even the way light is managed reflects a calm approach. Curtains are drawn slowly as light grows warm, and shades are lifted with soft gestures to invite the morning. Lamps are lit with care as dusk softens the day, each flame tended so that it holds steady. These adjustments are attuned to comfort rather than spectacle, creating pockets of luminous simplicity that are restful to the eye. The household learns to welcome each degree of brightness with measured, thoughtful motion, aligning internal rhythms to the day's subtle changes. The making of simple toys for children, spools on string, small carved animals, a cloth doll, takes the same slow approach as other crafts. Each element is chosen for softness and durability, assembled with small, steady stitches or careful knots. There is pleasure in making something to be handled for many days, a quiet delight in imagining tiny hands learning through repeated play. Crafting for play is approached with the same calm care as crafting for work, a recognition that leisure and learning often merge in soft, patient making. Cloth care is an extended practice rather than a quick necessity. Sheets and garments are washed and pressed with attention to fabric and season. When sun and wind are favorable, clothes are hung in a measured line and left to dry slowly, the fibers relaxing in the warmth. Ironing, when done, is a deliberate, slow smoothing, transforming crumpled folds into flat, restful surfaces. The motions performed on textiles mirror the household's larger disposition, deliberate, patient, and attentive to detail without urgency. The result is a quiet order that feels restful to inhabit. A quiet cadence marks the repair of pottery, a mending with string or resin that is more attentive than dramatic. Fragments are matched with care, edges aligned, and binding applied with small, assured movements. The act of repair is less about erasing breakage and more about embracing continuity, about making useful what has been torn. There is a deep, calm acceptance in these gestures. Something broken is given the chance to be serviceable again. The motions are measured and soft, and the final object carries the record of care in its subtle seams. Shopping for basic supplies at a nearby market is a slow, social rhythm rather than a hurried errand. Goods are examined with a calm curiosity, weighed and traded through patient bargaining that is polite and low-toned. The market itself is a place of casual familiarity, where faces are known and exchanges follow predictable patterns. Items are acquired in quantities that make sense for the household's pace, avoiding rush or excess. This slow commerce matches the domestic clock, harmonizing external supply with internal need in a way that preserves balance and steadiness. The act of storytelling within the household is usually quiet and repetitive, a soft retelling of family memories, simple parables, or local observations. Stories are not performed with flourish, but offered in calm voices that braided time and person together. They serve as gentle instruction and as comforting constants, words that replicate patterns of care and craft. The repetition is not boring. Rather, it becomes a restful map, a way for listeners to orient themselves in a longer lineage. Each telling is an unhurried passing of memory. Light household administration takes a modest form, keeping track of stores, noting which utensils need replacing, deciding when to restock certain spices. This record keeping is done with slow efficiency, often with small written marks or tokens, and occasionally with remembered tallies. Decisions are not rushed, but considered in relation to the rhythms of seasons and labor. Resource management is a calm stewardship, an ongoing, measured practice of ensuring nothing essential is overlooked. Through such steady attention, the household preserves a reliable sense of order Simple medical care is provided with an unhurried attention to observation and steady remedies. A poultice is prepared, an herb is brewed, and the application is done slowly, with a soft touch and a measured patience. Comfort is often as important as direct treatment. Warm, steady hands and calm speech accompany any healing action. The household's approach to care emphasizes continuity and presence over speed, creating a compassionate space where small ailments can be tended gently and carefully, often in ways that soothe both body and spirit. The preparation and preservation of food for future meals is a deliberate, patient routine. Grains are dried and stored, pickles are turned and left to mature, and oil is skimmed with careful motion. Preservation techniques rely on slow transitions, drying, fermenting, salting, that transform perishable things into stable provisions. These practices are undertaken with quiet confidence, a trust in gradual processes to yield lasting sustenance. The household accepts the tempo of time as an ally in securing food, moving gently between present use and future readiness. Children are given small responsibilities that build in complexity only slowly. A child might be asked to fetch water for one plant, then for a small pot of cooking, then for the larger needs of a meal. Each step adds a degree of trust and a subtle expansion of capability. Tasks are chosen for their capacity to teach steadiness, to encourage attention rather than speed. The measured increase in responsibility mirrors the household's value of gradual growth, a philosophy that values reliable competence over hurried achievement. The making of jewelry, beads strung and threaded, small metal shapes polished, takes place with focused slowness. The work is tactile and quiet, each bead placed with careful thought to pattern and balance. Polishing is accomplished with small circular motions until the surface has a soft sheen. These activities often happen in the company of others, and the quiet concentration becomes a shared, meditative occupation. The objects made are small and intimate, suitable for everyday wear and appreciation, each a gentle token of care. The caring for elders follows a similar deliberate pace, listening more than instructing, offering assistance without rushing. Meals are portioned to comfort and convenience. Clothing is prepared to ensure warmth, and steps are taken to prevent sudden exertion. Conversations are slow and attentive, allowing recollection and storytelling to unfold at their own speed. The household calibrates its actions to preserve dignity and ease, making the elder's life as soft and manageable as possible. These daily gestures of care are unremarkable in spectacle, but profound in their constancy. Preparing tools for the upcoming agricultural season is done with calm foresight, sharpening plows bit by bit, binding handles with slow, firm wraps, checking straps and joints, rather than a sudden, anxious flurry before work begins. Preparation proceeds over many days, interleaved with other household tasks. Each check and eventual repair contributes to a quiet confidence that the fields will be tended without undue strain. The practice is a steady rehearsal of maintenance that honors the predictable, recurring needs of the land and the people who tend it. The household often arranges a small exchange of skills among its members. A boy teaching knotting to a younger sibling, a woman showing a neighbor a new way of twining a basket, an elder sharing a memory of a seam or measure. These exchanges happen in a calm, unhurried way, like threads crossing and recrossing to build a broader fabric of competence. There is no rush to mastery, only a gentle invitation to learn. The community of skill grows slowly, maintained by repeated, quiet acts of instruction. The scent of drying herbs hangs lightly on the air as small bundles are tied and set on rafters. They release a measured, calming fragrance that softly perfumes daily life. The gathering and drying of herbs is a seasonal, thoughtful practice. Leaves are trimmed with care, stems secured into neat bunches, and each will hang until it is right to be used. The process honors slow transformation, a quiet alchemy that preserves nature's subtle qualities for later seasons. In this gentle way, the household keeps the passing of time fragrant and useful. Small births and rites are observed with calm reverence, careful hands attending to simple needs and measured customs. The emphasis is on comfort and steadiness, warm cloths, soft talk, and a rhythm of care that prioritizes ease. Community members move with composed confidence, offering necessary hands and quiet companionship. These moments are integrated into daily life without spectacle, recognized as natural transitions that benefit from patience and gentle attention. The household's way of meeting such events emphasizes calm presence above any dramatic display, maintaining simple records, lists of gifts, care given, or tasks scheduled is done with an unhurried precision. A small tally may be scratched onto a piece of wood or in a quiet ledger, each mark made with a soft, deliberate hand. The act of recording is not about overbearing bureaucracy, but about keeping a gentle track that helps the family remember and plan. These marks become practical memories that fold into the rhythm of household life, supporting a steady continuity without intrusion. The quiet art of plastering a wall or smoothing clay floors is a slow choreography of hands and palm. The clay is mixed with measured quantities of water and straw, and each pass of the hand lays a thin, even layer. The motion is repetitive and calm, and the surface gradually transforms from rough to smooth in a low, comforting sequence. The finishing is done with a soft stroke, a final calmness that settles the space. Such work is tactile and meditative, creating durable surfaces through attentive repetition. Gifts between households are exchanged in measured ways, often prepared with long, unhurried attention. A jar of preserved fruit, a woven cloth, or a simple tool is wrapped and passed with words spoken in a low, steady tone. The exchange itself is calm and predictable, reinforcing bonds without spectacle. The receivers and givers attend to the process with quiet gratitude, recognizing mutual support as a slow, ongoing practice. Such gestures reinforce the soft fabric of community, one careful offering at a time. Simple musical practice is approached without show, an instrument plucked slowly to encourage steady fingers and patient listening. The sounds are not for performance, but for presence. A low, repeating phrase might be played while kneading or spinning, adding a steady soundtrack to the day's work. Music becomes another form of rhythm that threads through tasks, aligning motions and moods across time. It soothes rather than excites, a soft undercurrent that helps to steady breath and movement. A steady approach to learning measurements and craft ratios happens through slow, repeated practice. Hands measure rice bowls against known quantities, and the eye learns to judge length and weight by repeated observation. Students and apprentices repeat the same counts and checks until their hands and minds align. The learning is unhurried, built on the trust that small, patient corrections will yield reliable competence. This slow training produces a calm precision that serves the household in many small but important ways. Repairing nets or simple fishing gear is carried out with a patient touch, the knotted mesh rebuilt slowly, hole by hole. The hands trace existing knots and recreate them with consistent motion, returning the tool to usefulness. The work is repetitive and meditative, matching the steady, waiting rhythm of the water itself. When completed, the net hangs quiet and ready, a simple readiness achieved through unhurried attention and careful stitching. The whole process reflects a household preference for repair over replacement, a calm economy of care. Simple celebrations are observed in low tones rather than loud displays. A small cake is shared, a soft song is sung, and everyone partakes in measured amounts. The emphasis is on inclusion and gentle pleasure rather than extravagance. These moments add soft punctuation to the days, tiny elevations that keep life feeling textured and sweet without disturbing the broader pace. Their calm observance keeps the household's rhythm consistent, weaving small joys into steady continuity. The sorting and storing of tools in their places is performed with quiet intention. Each tool has a known niche, a place where it rests until next needed. Returning a tool is a small ritual of order, a slow aligning of object in place that supports future calm labor. The motions are not hurried, but deliberate, an acceptance that careful storage preserves utility and prevents the anxiety of misplacement. Through these modest gestures, the household cultivates a reliable environment that gently facilitates work and rest. A slow evening routine wraps the day in steady motions. Dishes are rinsed and set to dry, floors swept, lamps given a final tending. Each movement is soft and unhurried, a gentle winding down that mirrors the lowering light. Preparations for the night are done with an acceptance of rest, a mindful easing off from the day's tasks. The rhythm of closing is careful and calm, ensuring that sleeping spaces will be restful and that the morning will arrive into a household already prepared to continue its measured practices. A final few acts before sleep might include a soft recounting of the day's small successes, a quiet adjustment of bedding, and a moment of gratitude whispered in low tones. The last lamp is tended to keep a steady glow, and doors are secured in simple, practiced steps. The household settles with the confidence that its steady, repeated care will carry on through the night. The movements are gentle and without rush, and the stillness that follows is complete yet gentle, an undemanding hush that promises continuity in the morning's slow return. Soft light settles over simple shrines, turning mud and brick into familiar shapes. The contours of small altars are worn by touch, by hands that have come and gone in gentle repetition. Each stone and bit of baked clay keeps a memory of offerings placed and prayers murmured. There is no hurry in these spaces. The stillness is wide and patient, like a slow river finding its way through a plain. Breath and murmur and the faint rustle of leaves form the quiet architecture that supports whatever is offered there. A shallow bowl of water waits on a low shelf, catching the afternoon like a mirror. A coil of smoke from a small fire rises and unravels against the sky. The smoke is thin and steady, neither fierce nor dying, carrying with it the scent of dried grasses, resin, or cooling incense. Each scent is a gentle signal, a way to mark time and attention. The act of tending the flame is itself rhythm, a careful keeping of small steadiness that is enough to hold a moment in place. Offerings are small and deliberate. A handful of grain rests upon a leaf, a fragment of fruit is placed with quiet care, and sometimes a coin or a shell is left with a thought of thanks. These gestures are not grand proclamations, but quiet acknowledgments of reliance and wonder. They are like notes left on a windowsill for the morning, proofs of presence that say, in the gentlest way, that life is seen and that gratitude can be simple and small. Chants move in soft waves through communal spaces, neither hurried nor ornate. Voices weave together in modest patterns, repeating syllables and lines until they become part of the air itself. The repetition shapes attention into something like a slow tide, drawing in the listener and smoothing sharp edges. The chant is not performance but practice, a calm rehearsal of sound that organizes the breath and steadies thought. One voice leads, others follow, and in the space between, there is a shared quiet that feels like a held hand. Seasonal observances arrive like the steady turning of a wheel. Little rhythms guide the year, planting and harvest, the swelling of the rivers, and their slow retreat. These moments are marked with subtle rites, gatherings at thresholds, small communal meals shared in low conversation. They are gentle reckonings with cycles larger than any household, ways of aligning daily life with the long, patient motions of the land. Each observance is a reminder that people are embedded in time that is broader and deeper than immediate need. Communal ritual spaces are simple courtyards and open areas shaded by generous trees. These places are shaped not by grand architecture, but by repeated use. A circle of stones, a low raised platform, a tree with woven threads hanging from its branches. These are the frames around which people gather. Seating follows habit. Eyes and hands know where to be. The space itself becomes a slow companion to the people who come there, changing very little, steady as a favorite chair. There is a quiet attention to order in these gatherings. Roles are modest and practical. Those who tend the fire keep it steady. Someone brings water, another arranges the offerings, and a few people ensure that elders are seated with comfort. This measured choreography is not rigid, but practiced, like walking along a familiar path. Each small action supports the rest, and the resulting rhythm is one of calm reliability, a fabric woven from simple duties shared across time. The sounds of ritual are soft and textured. A clapping of hands punctuates a verse. A small bell rings in measured time. The scrape of a wooden pestle against a bowl keeps a steady pulse. These sounds are neither loud nor insistent. They are like the turning of pages in an old book, gentle markers that guide the flow. Each sound sits within the quiet and slowly fades, leaving space for the next breath and the next small action. Offerings are not only material, but also symbolic. A circle of rice can stand for abundance. A sprig of certain leaves can mean protection, and the placement of a tiny lamp can signify the wish for clarity. These items carry more than their literal weight. They are small symbols that hold attention and give people a way to shape intentions. Held in the palm or placed carefully on a shrine, they connect the everyday with a quieter, more reflective aim. There is a tenderness to the way family life joins with ritual. Children learn the rhythm by watching how an elder adjusts a cloth, how a woman folds her hands, how a man carries a light. These observations are quiet lessons. Over time, these simple enactments become part of a person's inner map, guiding behavior without the need for long instruction. The repetition of small acts teaches care and the habit of attending to what matters. The seasons themselves inform the nature of offerings. In the heat of summer, cooling foods and waters find their place on low altars. When rains arrive, prayers for mercy and steady fields are offered in the open courtyards. At harvest, the abundance is shared, and thanks is given for grain and fruit. These exchanges between land and ritual are steady and unforced, as if people and place converse in gestures rather than speeches. The ritual keeps a steady channel open for gratitude and hope. Inside simple shrines, objects gather meaning over time. A worn statue, a faded cloth, a small plaque, each bears the history of touch. Fingers smooth the edges, hands tie threads, lips press small offerings to the surface. Such acts accumulate a quiet sanctity, not because a single moment ordained it, but because collective care makes a place gentle and dependable. The shrine thus becomes a repository of many small attentions, a soft anchor for memory and feeling. Light plays a soft role in these spaces. A steady lamp burns at dusk, and through the night, its glow tempering the dark into a warm companion. Candles and oil lamps cast slow-moving shadows that deepen the sense of presence without startling the senses. The measured flicker is comforting, like the pulse of a sleeping friend. Light shapes the shrine, and the faces gathered around it in such a way that details soften and steadiness grows. Icons and images are often simple and direct, outlined with care rather than ornate flourish. A painted emblem on a wall, a carved figure in soft stone, or a woven image on cloth can hold attention like a familiar face. They are not obstacles to imagination, but gentle guides that help thought settle. Looking at them is similar to looking at the horizon. There is recognition, and in that recognition, rest. The images serve as quiet anchors, helping a mind slow down and sync with the surrounding calm. There is a deliberate simplicity in many of the gestures. Hands are folded, heads are bowed, and feet are placed softly on handmade mats. These minor adjustments create a contained space within which thought can slow. The rules are not complex. They are practical measures that shape posture and attention. In following them, bodies unconsciously align with a quieter mode of being. Small discipline becomes a kind of rest, a learned ease that supports contemplation. The act of communal chanting often follows a pattern that is both repetitive and evolving. A line is sung, then it is repeated, and small variations are introduced by different voices. The melody is neither elaborate nor unstructured. It grows slowly and returns to a center. This gentle movement helps the community fall into a shared pace, like synchronized breathing. The shared sound softens individual concerns and creates a feeling of belonging that is patient and unassuming. Ritual offerings sometimes include food shared after the rite. The food is simple and nourishing: boiled grains, roasted vegetables, small bread, and eaten with lowered conversation. This communal meal is a way of moving from the sacred to the ordinary without abruptness. Eating together after an offering maintains a link between ritual and daily life, reminding everyone that the quiet acknowledgments translate into practical care and reciprocal kindness. The sense of time in these rituals is different from the hurry of markets or the urgency of storms. Ritual time is generous. It allows for pauses and small delays. Conversations can drift, smiles can be extended, and moments of silence are honored. This elasticity in time creates a space where people can be present without rush. The generosity of such moments reinforces the feeling that life is not only about immediate tasks, but also about sustaining a calm continuity. Elders often have a quiet role, not of domination, but of steady guidance. Their memory holds the sequence of rites and the small changes that matter. They correct gently and recall the subtle details that lend continuity to practice. Younger people watch and imitate. This gentle passing of habits does not need loud instruction. It works through the rhythm of repeated, observed behavior. In this way, the community preserves its ways without pressing them on anyone. Seasonal festivals are often simple gatherings around significant points in the year. They can be marked by special foods, by community dances that are slow and unhurried, or by processions that move at an easy pace through familiar lanes. The purpose is not spectacle, but cohesion. These gatherings knit individuals into a communal fabric, reminding everyone of shared history and shared expectation. The festivals themselves are calm anchors in the year's flow. Music in these settings is modest, usually produced by a few handheld instruments, flutes with long, slow breaths, the gentle pulse of a hand drum, and the soft jangle of small cymbals create a soundscape that supports rather than overwhelms. The music helps shape the emotional landscape, guiding attention without demanding it. Listeners do not need to analyze melodies. They let the sound become background to the experience of being together and to the inner quiet that grows. The materials used in rituals are often taken from the immediate surroundings: clay, wood, woven grasses, bright seasonal flowers, and collected shells are shaped into offerings and vessels. This use of local materials underlines a relationship with the landscape, a recognition that what is available nearby is sufficient and meaningful. Crafting these objects is itself a meditative act, slow and repetitive, and it connects the maker with the rest of the community through shared use. Prayer, when spoken, is usually simple and direct. It often names practical concerns: health, water, harvest, and harmony within the household. These utterances are honest and modest, without elaborate arguments or theological complexity. The simplicity allows the words to land softly and to be repeated with trust. That repetition becomes a way to hold care over time, a soft thread that links worry with hope, without fraying into anxiety. Sacred geometry is rare and gentle in these modest spaces. Lines scratched on the floor or patterns traced with rice can define a place for ritual, creating a small boundary that separates the ordinary from the attentive. The designs are functional and understated, not rigidly prescriptive. They provide a little margin of order where participants can place objects and bodies in relation to one another, helping everyone find a comfortable place within the gathering. In times of loss or hardship, the communal response is shaped by these same habits. People come together to offer support in ways that are practical and calming. A shared meal, a steady presence at a doorway, or the simple continuation of small ritual practices helps stabilize emotion. The rituals offer a scaffold for grief, providing repetitive actions that slow the mind and allow sorrow to unfold at a measured pace. Held by the community, storytelling is woven into ritual life, usually as soft recollection rather than dramatic narration. Tales of distant ancestors, of small miracles, or of the land's changing moods are shared in low voices. The stories are not used to instruct forcefully. They are gentle threads that connect the immediate moment with a broader sense of belonging. Listening to such stories becomes another way to fall into a communal rhythm, feeling less alone in the quiet stretch of night. Young children learn ritual largely through imitation and through being given small, safe tasks. They carry leaves, sweep a corner, or gently ring a small bell. These duties are more like games than burdens, and they allow children to participate without strain. Through this play, the young come to know the taste of steadiness and the shape of shared attention, learning that belonging is built through small repeated gestures rather than through large declarations. The language of ritual is economical. Exact phrases and names are few, and the content is often more about tone than detail. A chant may repeat a simple blessing, but the blessing's power comes from being spoken calmly and from being repeated by many voices. In this way, the ritual creates communal meaning without requiring elaborate doctrinal explanation. The form itself holds the substance, and that form is gentle and enduring. The community's relationship to sacred places is pragmatic. Shrines are respected and cared for, but they are not untouchable. People sit near them, lean against their walls, and sometimes sleep nearby. This practical intimacy keeps the shrine integrated with daily life rather than isolated. The sacred thus remains alive, woven into ordinary actions, and always approachable. Such closeness prevents awe from hardening into distance. Instead, reverence becomes familiar and sustaining. Small offerings are sometimes left to the winds or to the river. A leaf boat set afloat with a small token, a string tied on a tree, or a seed planted at the base of a stone. These acts are quiet acts of letting go and of giving. They are not dramatic sacrifices, but gentle gestures that place an intention into the wider world. Observing the slow drift of a leaf or the steady growth of a seed reconnects the givers to the patient processes of nature. Music and silence alternate with care. There are moments when the bell sounds and all voices join, and there are moments when no sound is made at all. These silences are not empty, but full of attention. They allow for reflection and for the internalization of what has been spoken or done. In silence, the ritual finds its depth, and individuals can feel the steady support of the group without needing to speak. The posture of listening is cultivated with simple practices. People learn to breathe slowly, to soften their gaze, and to let thoughts pass like clouds. This non-judgmental attention becomes the core of many rituals, more important than any formal words. The physical act of listening becomes a kind of devotion, a way of honoring the present moment and the people gathered there. It trains a mind to remain gentle and open. Ritual calendars are often governed by natural signs rather than precise dates. The sighting of certain birds, the ripening of a crop, or the first heavy rain can signal the time for a particular observance. This attunement to nature keeps the ritual life flexible and responsive. It places importance on the living environment rather than on abstract scheduling, allowing the community to be guided by the rhythms they actually experience. Community leaders in these contexts tend to be chosen for steadiness rather than command. They are people who can keep time, tend the places, and remember the small things that matter. Their authority is practical and quiet, emerging from reliability and care. They keep the rituals steady, not by asserting control, but by modeling constancy. Their presence reassures others that the practices will continue on, anchored in everyday commitment. The aesthetic of ritual spaces is humble. Colors are muted and natural. Patterns are simple, and materials are tactile. The visual impression is not dazzling, but soothing. The restrained beauty helps the mind relax. It reduces stimulation and invites focus. A simple garland of local flowers, a cloth dyed with earth pigments, or a carved wooden figure can offer enough visual interest to steady attention without distracting it. Seasonal labor rhythms and ritual life support each other. After a long day in the fields or by the river, the act of gathering for a short rite helps people unwind. The ritual marks a passage from work to rest, from public duty to private care. Its routine functions like a hinge, easing transitions and making the day's end predictable. Such predictability is restful. It gives shape to exhaustion and allows recovery to unfold gradually. The language used in communal prayer is often collective. Phrases like "may we" and "let us" permeate the words. This grammatical choice subtly shifts the focus from individual desire to mutual care. It nurtures an ethos where well-being is shared and responsibility is communal. That shared phrasing helps minds settle into a collective field, where personal worries can be softened by the sense of belonging to something steady and larger. Ritual objects are cared for with a respect that is practical and regular. Cloths are washed, lamps are trimmed, and offerings are refreshed. These maintenance tasks embed the sacred in daily chores, making spirituality a lived habit rather than a separate sphere. The regular care of objects ensures that rituals remain accessible and intact, and the repetition of small tasks anchors attention in steady rhythms of upkeep. The act of visiting a shrine or communal space is often spontaneous and easy. No formal appointment is needed. People arrive as they can for a few moments or for hours. This openness allows rituals to be woven into ordinary days without pressure. It turns spiritual practice into a flexible support system, always present and never forbidding. The ease of participation reinforces the calming nature of the practices themselves. Finally, the materials and the gestures of ritual life leave traces in the everyday. Threads from garlands snag on doorways, ash from lamps dust the corners of rooms, and small bits of clay become embedded in household paths. These remnants are gentle reminders that ritual is not separate from life, but threaded through it. The constant, low hum of these traces sustains a quiet continuity, an unspoken assurance that the steady practices will continue, as natural and persistent as the changing of seasons. Words were carried softly from one voice to another, like small stones rolled along a riverbed. Each syllable fit into the next with steady care, and listeners held the sound as if balancing a seed on their palms. Learning occurred in this quiet way, with pattern and patience, until a phrase became familiar and could be spoken without thinking. The rhythm of repetition settled into the body, aligning breath with beat and the mind learned to follow the steady line of memory. Teachers spoke slowly, guiding attention by breath and cadence. They set the pace so that each student could find the place where sound and sense met, where meaning warmed through practice. The teacher's voice was not hurried. It was shaped like a gentle clock, marking intervals of learning and silence. Students matched that pace, tuning themselves to the teacher's timing, learning to make the same syllables fold the same way around the world of thought. Recitation was a living form. Texts existed as patterns to be sounded, not just ink bound in pages. People learned to hear the structure of a passage and to let that structure guide the way they remembered. Lines and lists became songs inside the mind, and repetition was the loom on which thoughts were woven. Over time, complex ideas could be carried whole inside a voice, passed from mouth to ear across years and seasons. Genealogies were held with great care, like inventories of breath and place. Names traveled through family circles and community gatherings, spoken with a tone that linked present days to long lines of predecessors. To know a lineage was to feel the texture of time beneath one's feet. Memory of ancestors was practiced through regular speaking and asking, through pauses that made room for reflection, and through quiet attention that allowed the past to remain near. Measurement began in the hands and eyes of students, learning to feel distances and weights. Teachers showed simple tools and taught methods with patient repetition. Students learned to pace a field, to mark angles with chord and sight, to count the rise and fall of sun and shadow. These methods were practical and gentle, practiced in the same steady way as words, until judgment became a habit and craft could be trusted by touch. Astronomy grew from looking up with quiet curiosity and keeping a careful count. Observations were made in evenings warmed by the last light, or in mornings when the air held a thin coolness. Teachers taught how to track the movement of stars and the phases of the moon by repetition and notation in the mind. Students repeated the cycles and learned to anticipate changes, to expect the slow procession of light and darkness as a dependable pattern in which human lives could be arranged. Learning spaces were simple and ordered, without fanfare. They might be a shaded courtyard, a low room with a single lamp, or a shelter under an old tree. These places were chosen for ease and clarity, for the way sound carried and the way light rested. The arrangement of space reinforced calm attention. Students sat facing the teacher, hands empty or holding a simple tablet, and the world reduced to the warm immediacy of voice and presence. Memory techniques were practical and poetic, often intertwined. Teachers used imagery and rhythm, placing facts within stories or mapping numbers to familiar scenes. This gentle use of imagination helped the mind anchor new material. Students learned metaphors that were steady as stones, and these metaphors became pathways through which understanding moved. Knowledge was thus both useful and lovely, a weaving of concrete method and quiet narrative. Writers and keepers of texts did not always write everything down, but when they did, the act of inscription was deliberate and slow. Symbols were placed with intention. The marks were not hurried strokes, but careful impressions, each curve and line considered. Even when texts were written, their meaning lived more fully in the voice. The page served as a guide and anchor, and the voice remained responsible for the living shape of words. Counting and reckoning developed alongside daily needs in markets, fields, and households. Teachers showed students how to keep accounts using simple tokens, knots, or marks on clay. These methods were tactile and repeatable. The habit of counting became rhythmical, a soft pulse under other activities. In learning to reckon, students learned both the solidity of numbers and the patience to repeat them until they were secure. Calendrical knowledge was learned with attention to the body and the sky. Observations of seasons, of rainfall, and of harvest times were tied to the movements above. Teachers guided students to check the moon and the sun, to note the tilt of light, and to remember the position of certain bright stars. Through this patient observation, a map of time emerged, quiet and reliable, a way to mark the year with both utility and gentle ceremony. Practice and correction moved slowly and kindly. A teacher might repeat a phrase several times, prompting a student to echo it and then adjust with a small correction. Corrections were not sharp reproofs, but soft nudges. A misplaced syllable received another breath and another try. In this way, learning preserved the dignity of the student, allowing practice to be a process of calm improvement rather than hurried judgment. The art of listening was taught as much as the art of speaking. Students learned to hold silence, to wait for the next phrase, to register the small changes in tone that carried meaning. Listening became a discipline, one that shaped both memory and character. It allowed a transmission that was patient and accurate, and that honored the slow unfolding of knowledge over years. Hands and tools taught alongside words. A teacher might lead a student to a simple instrument, show the way to measure a distance, or guide a hand in drawing a line. These actions were repeated until muscle and mind agreed. The repetition of manual work became as much a form of learning as spoken lesson, and the rhythm of hand and eye matched the rhythm of voice. Stories were used as vessels for many kinds of knowledge. A story could hold a sequence of steps, a remembering of law, or an observation of the heavens. Stories were told in calm tones, each one designed to be both memorable and meaningful. Students learned that story and practice were companions, one warming the memory, the other anchoring it in action. Training in observation asked for quiet attention to small changes. Students learned to notice how the horizon shifted with weather, how the color of a cloud predicted rain, or how the moon's edges softened into light. This careful noticing was taught through repetition, through evenings spent together with eyes turned upward. It encouraged a patience that extended beyond tasks and into how one met the world. The body was a measure of time and space. Teachers used the length of a step, the span of an arm, or the bend of a hand as units that could be felt and trusted. These embodied measures were practical for everyday work and for education. Learning them required practice and embodied repetition so that they became automatic and gently guiding. The passing of knowledge relied on relationships of trust. Teachers and students bound themselves to a pattern of shared time, of returning again and again to the same texts or the same tasks. This continuity created a thread that tied one generation to the next. Trust made it safe to make mistakes, to ask questions that reopened an old phrase, and to return to a lesson until it sat comfortably within the mind. Ritual rhythms supported learning, regular times for recitation, for observation, for counting, and for manual work created a structure that reduced noise and distraction. The repetition of daily practices steadied the mind. Within these rhythms, attention could deepen slowly, like water seeping into earth. The stable pattern made room for growth and gave the imagination a quiet ground. The pace of teaching matched the pace of breath. Lessons moved with measured inhalations and exhalations, with pauses that allowed thoughts to settle. This slow cadence helped students to internalize material without haste. It also taught a way of being that valued calm and steady focus over sharp speed, encouraging endurance in study and life. Names of places, seasons, and people were learned in context. A student might learn a town's name by walking its lanes, feeling the shape of its walls, and listening to stories tied to particular stones. Learning was sensory and relational. Names were not abstract labels, but lived connections to experience and memory that could be called back gently when needed. Small aids supported memory in thoughtful ways. Beads, knots, or marks in clay could hold sequences or counts, serving as prompts for recollection. These objects were handled and named, and the act of touching them anchored the memory. Students learned to treat such aids as gentle companions to the living voice, not as replacements for it. Teaching included the cultivation of a calm mind. Students were encouraged to let attention rest quietly, to avoid rushing answers, and to accept the slow process of becoming skilled. This training in mental steadiness carried beyond specific subjects, shaping how one approached work, relationship, and the unexpected events of life. Maps of the sky and of land were learned through repeated tracing and description. Teachers described the curve of a particular constellation and the shape of a local river with slow patience. Students repeated these descriptions until the map lived inside them. The practice was like tracing an invisible line with finger and voice, each repetition deepening familiarity. Simple instruments for observation were tended with care. Lenses, cords, and wooden frameworks were kept mended and calibrated through measured attention. Students learned maintenance as part of study, understanding that accuracy depended on the honesty of one's tools. Caring for instruments became a lesson in responsibility and patience. Teachers used questions that invited reflection, not quick reply. A question might be asked softly and then left to hang, giving students time to consider and to feel their response form. This method cultivated thoughtful speech. Answers were given with measured delivery, and corrections were folded gently into the continuing lesson. Memory of law and custom was preserved through recited rules and repeated enactment. Practical norms were taught as patterns to be lived, enacted in household or community routines. Students learned the steps of practice as if learning a dance. The embodied doing made the rules familiar and available in daily life. Practical geometry and measurement were taught through tasks that made them useful. Students measured fields, laid out simple foundations, and calculated storage. The precision required was moderate and achievable through steady repetition. Each calculation was practiced aloud and by hand so that both mind and muscle carried the result. The night sky was a patient teacher. Teachers and students would sit under the stars, their voices low, watching the slow procession, the moon's phases, the subtle shift of constellations, and the timing of certain luminous points were traced with calm speech. Over repeated nights, patterns resolved into a map that could be relied upon for timing planting, travel, and celebration. Language itself was treated carefully, with attention to sound, contrast, and cadence. Students practiced the shaping of vowels and consonants through repeated lines. Such practice trained the ear and the mouth, ensuring that transmitted knowledge remained clear and consistent. The voice was thus a precise instrument, honed by gentle repetition. Calendrical lore included local adjustments learned by practice, where weather or river levels differed from general patterns. Teachers corrected expectations gently, teaching students to read local signs. Such adjustments were passed on as refinements, embedded in memory through examples and repeated confirmation. The result was a living calendar, flexible and reliable within its context. Collective memory was fostered in communal gatherings, where many voices repeated the same passages. These gatherings reinforced accuracy because errors were corrected within the group's harmonies. The sound of many speakers made the pattern familiar by repetition, and the social aspect supported the responsibility of fidelity and memory. Techniques for preserving oral materials included regular review cycles. Teachers would return to a core set of texts or tasks at intervals, ensuring that memory did not fade. This cyclic revisiting made retention steady. Awareness of what must be remembered guided these schedules, and each cycle reinforced earlier lessons with calm discipline. Apprenticeship combined observation with repetition in a slow apprenticeship rhythm. A young person learned by watching, by copying, and by gradual assumption of responsibility. Mastery was not declared hurriedly, but emerged as a steady accumulation of practiced tasks. The path to skill was quiet and cumulative, marked by small confirmations of competence. Astronomical markers were used gently to anchor seasonal planning. The rising or setting of certain stars was noted and recited until the association was firm. Teachers taught students to watch these markers as companions, not as instruments of anxiety. The sky's motion provided a quiet order in which to plan and to remember. Teachers modeled patience as a living example. Their demeanor informed the tone of learning. Calmness in instruction encouraged calmness in response. This mutual steadiness reduced haste and created a field where memory could grow steadily, supported by a shared rhythm of presence. The craft of notation was practical and sparse. When marks were made, they were designed to remind, to anchor, not to replace the living voice. Clay tablets, carved wood, or simple marks served as prompts. Students learned to interpret these signs in the context of oral teaching, using them to recover a fuller memory that remained primarily spoken. Story collections served as repositories of multifold knowledge. A tale might carry seasonal advice, moral instruction, and a memory of technique all at once. Teachers curated these collections, choosing stories that fit context and need. Students learned to extract different layers of instruction by listening slowly and repeating the tale until its lessons nested comfortably. Regular practice of measurement and estimation was part of daily life. Students made small calculations aloud as they worked, reciting numbers, verifying measures, and adjusting by feel. This spoken reckoning made mathematics social and embodied. The repeated practice made accuracy habitual and unobtrusive. Teaching included gentle correction of habit. Where an instinct led to unstable work, teachers suggested small modulations, repeated lines, or alternative postures. Change was gradual, given in ways that allowed students to adapt without strain. Over time, small adjustments accumulated into steadier practice. The holding of time within sound aided navigation and travel. Songs and chants carried sequence and map, enabling travelers to remember paths without written notes. These melodic guides were simple and mnemonic, repeating key stations and distances so that journeys could be recalled and retraced. The interplay of practical work and reflective learning created a balanced form of education. One reinforced the other. A student who measured fields could also recite the cycles of stars, and the habit of quiet observation supported both tasks. Learning thus remained holistic and grounded in lived experience. Teachers cultivated humility alongside skill. Students were taught that knowledge was not possession, but a shared responsibility. This attitude encouraged careful transmission, where each person took their place in the chain of repetition with respect. The result was a steady stewardship of learning practices across generations. Memory training included the cultivation of sensory anchors. A scent, a texture, or a particular sound could be connected to a verse or a rule, making recall easier. Students practiced these associations gently, allowing senses to support memory without overwhelming it. Sensory anchors were like small lamps that made pathways visible at night. The passing on of technical methods relied on demonstration as much as instruction. A teacher would perform a task slowly while students observed and rehearsed. Repetition of motion synchronized with repeated speech, making the method available to body and mind. In time, the method became automatic and could be taught forward again. Astronomical observation required patience over seasons. Teachers encouraged students to keep steady records, to notice gradually shifting patterns, and to make small corrections in understanding over time. This slow accumulation of data and experience allowed practical forecasting and affirmed the value of long-term attention. Oral catalogs of resources and rights were maintained through periodic recitation in community settings. Such lists were not merely administrative, but also educational, reminding people of rights, duties, and shared assets. Regular recitation kept these matters current in the group's memory and could be updated by slow consensus when needed. Teaching methods emphasized listening with the whole body. Students were guided to notice posture, breath, and presence, understanding that attention is not merely mental, but embodied. This holistic listening made recitation more stable and memory more integrated into life. The discipline of repetition fostered ethical steadiness. Repeated recitation of moral guidelines, stories of care, and examples of proper action shaped conduct gently. Over time, behavior and habit reflected the steady rhythm of teaching, producing a community of people accustomed to thoughtful repetition. Instruments of calculation and measurement were shared, taught, and kept in common awareness. Students learned where tools were kept and how to use them properly. The shared use of tools supported communal standards and made learning cooperative, so that knowledge of method was not hidden but part of communal practice. Teachers encouraged a modest curiosity, the type that returns to questions again and again. Students were taught to hold an open attention that admitted wonder without impatience. This slow curiosity allowed deeper layers of knowledge to emerge over time as study returned to the same subject with fresh but steady gaze. Oral transmission valued clarity over ornament. Precise phrasing, measured tempo, and consistent tone ensured that what was taught could be reproduced accurately. The beauty of simplicity was emphasized so that content remained accessible and stable across voices and seasons. Learning was framed as an ongoing practice rather than a destination. Students were invited into a rhythm of return to revisit texts, tasks, and observations across seasons and years. The long view of learning reduced urgency and allowed skills to mature naturally, held in a patient loop of practice and refinement. Observation of the sky taught a gentle humility about scale and time. Students learned to place human life within larger cycles, to feel the slow turning of night and day as a context for human plans. This perspective encouraged calmness in decision and a sense that steady attention is more reliable than hurried measures. Teachers preserved a quiet authority that came from consistency. Their rules were few and their corrections measured. Students responded because the method was calm and dependable. Authority in this setting was not loud, but lived through steady example and faithful repetition over time. Knowledge of seasons and land was taught as a living craft. Students walked fields and orchards, tested soil, and learned to anticipate yield by touch and sight. The learning was practical and shared, transmitted by example and repeated practice, so that the community maintained a gentle expertise in caring for its surroundings. Memory of communal stories and laws was reinforced by making them part of daily routine. Verses and rules were embedded in tasks, recited while sewing, weaving, or mending. This integration made recall natural and useful, anchoring knowledge in action rather than abstract list. The rhythm of learning was anchored in trust and repetition, in the steady exchange of voice and gesture. Over years, this method shaped not only skills, but dispositions, attention, patience, and quiet endurance. These dispositions sustained the community and allowed knowledge to pass forward with careful fidelity, like a gentle river carrying seeds downstream. There is a quiet rhythm to the work of those who tend to shared spaces, a steady movement like a slow river shaping the land. They walk the edges of fields and pathways with careful feet, feeling the ground beneath them and listening to the subtle shifts in soil and stone. Their hands rest on posts and stones, tracing lines that have been walked for many seasons. And in that touching, there is both an act of care and an act of keeping. Each marker is a small promise to neighbors and to future days, a gentle agreement held in weather and memory. These keepers of limits use simple tools, sticks wrapped in cloth, stones set in earth, knots on cords, and the human voice that names a place. Their measurements are not only numbers, but gestures learned over years. The distance of a stride, the span of an arm, the turning of a plow. In the evening light, they stand together, comparing marks, soft voices, exchanging familiar ways to count and to hold. The process feels like a slow weaving, where each thread finds its place, and the whole pattern rests easier for every small, steady touch. When a low wall or embankment is needed, they shape it with hands and mud, lifting earth as if smoothing a blanket over the land. These works rise slowly, season upon season, with the patient repetition of many people moving in time. The embankments remember the hands that placed each lump of earth, and the channels remember the first careful plan to bend water toward seed. Making such structures is a quiet choreography of bodies and tools, a soft communal breath that steadies fields and safes the soil. Water is regarded with gentle attention as something that must be guided rather than forced. Those who manage channels and small dams study the flow, like elders reading a familiar story. They open gates with a deliberate hand and watch the water thread through furrows, carrying promise to young shoots. When rains come, they listen for the pattern of the fall, and when the dry months sit longer than usual, they conserve with measured patience. There is wisdom in the knowing when to let the river spread and when to hold it in careful banks. Collection of what is needed for shared toil follows a soft rhythm of reciprocity. Grain and straw, wood and thatch, clay and reeds are gathered with a communal spirit, not as weight to be carried alone, but as offerings to common works. The sharing does not feel like an accounting of shortages, but like tuning a communal instrument, each hand adding what it can to the melody. Those who bring the materials move at an unhurried pace, easing bundles onto shoulders, arranging loads so that each step is gentle and sustainable across the fields and paths. Labor is balanced in ways that ripple calmly through the village. Tasks are divided with quiet fairness, often guided by custom and memory rather than strict lists. Some mornings see teams of hands moving earth for a new embankment, and other mornings find smaller groups repairing a bridge or sweeping a long stretch of road. Work is arranged to fit the season and the body, with rest woven into the day. There is a softness to this management, a sense that labor is a shared breath, a communal rhythm that sustains the whole. Leaders in these settings are less like distant rulers and more like steady stewards, their authority gentle and practical. They stand among people as one who remembers the old ways and can guide the next step. Their decisions are often quiet, shaped by long observation and discussion. They call meetings in the shade of a tree or by the water's edge, and in those gatherings the voices of many are heard. The steward's role is to hold the meeting's shape, to help translate custom into action, and to ensure the slow wheels of maintenance keep turning. Records are kept in simple, durable forms: a carved notch on a wooden post, a row of tied strings, a clay token pressed and stored. These are small and careful ways to remember obligations and rights. Those who carry memory do so with care, repeating names and dates and measurements until they are as familiar as a morning's light. The method of remembering is part of the landscape. Songs that list neighbors and fields, chants that mark harvest times, and stories that anchor a boundary to a remembered event. Memory and matter live together here. Paths and roads are tended as living connections, their surfaces smoothed and their bridges mended with attention to use rather than appearance alone. A compacted path receives gentle attention from those who walk it daily. The fixing of a rut, the laying of stones across a spring, the planting of a hedgerow to frame its edge. These tasks are passed along as a kind of communal courtesy, a continuous repair that binds people to place. The road becomes a quiet record of many small acts of care, each one extending the habit of keeping things serviceable. When a heavy day of construction arrives, the communal task is prepared with a kind of careful choreography. People gather at first light, hands warmed by the morning air, tools arranged like quiet instruments. There is a soft cadence to the work, one rhythm for carrying, another for shaping clay, another for leveling. Leaders call the steps in a measured voice, and those instructions fall easily into the work. Meals are brought and shared beneath simple shade, and the workers rest in the cool hour. Their conversation low and steady as they breathe together. The movement of materials is conducted as if guiding a flock along gentle paths. Carts, beasts, and boats are used in ways that fit the terrain, and their routes are chosen with knowledge of tides and slopes. A boat moves slowly along a river stretch where the current will carry the load without strain, and a cart is taken along a path that keeps the wheels steady. Those who move goods understand the land's small moods, and they act accordingly, matching their pace to the earth's gentle cadence. Boundaries are renewed at certain times, and these moments have a tranquil formality. There is no harshness in the remarking. It is a ritual of recognition and care. Families walk with their elders, tracing lines that their ancestors once marked, and with each touch they renew the quiet promise held between places. These gatherings feel like a sigh of relief, a soft assurance that the map of relationships remains known and honored. Children listen and learn the gestures, absorbing the lines that will guide their steps. The sound of administrative life is mostly hushed, voices exchanged in small clusters, the scrape of a stylus upon a smooth surface, the soft closing of a basket. Officials and stewards keep to modest lives, often moving among the people they serve. They make practical notes and offer direction where needed, but their presence is more of an anchoring steadiness than an imposing force. In the calm of daily routine, their work becomes almost invisible, like the gentle thinning of clouds that allows sunshine to fall. When a dispute arises over a strip of land or a share of water, the approach is slow and careful, favoring listening and memory over quick decree. Elders and stewards sit together and hear the particulars, and the process itself is part of the repair. Asking questions and recounting shared memories bring clarity, and in many cases, the agreement formed is a mutual return to earlier practice. The outcome often restores harmony without strain, as if the land itself had guided them gently back to balance. Public stores and granaries are managed with a soft regularity, places where the community's reserves are kept safe and accessible. They are built solidly yet simply, with care for the grain's journey through seasons. Portions are taken with calm intention for festivals, for repairs, and for times of need. The handling of these reserves follows familiar rhythms, measuring, storing, and redistributing in ways that honor the work that produced them. Trust grows over years, and with time, the granary becomes a quiet symbol of shared precaution. When a road needs to be leveled or a bridge must be built anew, the work is done with attention to the balance of effort and rest. Laborers move with a steady pace that conserves strength, and tasks are rotated so that no body is burdened without relief. Plan and tool are chosen to fit both purpose and person. The simplest method that will stand is often preferred because it can be tended easily in the future. The result is infrastructure that endures because it is created slowly and thoughtfully, with an eye toward care over time. The calendar is a soft guide to collective action, not a strict imposition. Seasons set the cadence, Certain months call for preparing fields, others for repairing waterworks, and some for building communal shelters. Leaders consult with local knowledge and watch the sky as elders do, and then they share the timing gently with neighbors. The rhythm of public work follows these cues so that the village moves in alignment with weather and crop needs. This slow synchronization brings ease to the effort of many hands. Labor contributions sometimes take the form of shared rotations, where families take turns offering help for irrigation work or road maintenance. This rotation is practiced like a communal music, each household entering at its appointed time and leaving softly when its share is done. There is no hurry in the task, only the steady movement of many people tending the same concern. The rotation helps to distribute work equitably and to keep the community tied together by common responsibility. In some places, small official ceilings or marks indicate a right to use water or a stretch of pasture. These marks are modest and practical, often pressed into soft clay or carved into a post. They serve as reminders of agreements that ease daily life rather than as tools to exclude. People move with an understanding of these tokens, acknowledging them in the same gentle way they acknowledge a neighbor's greeting. The marks become part of the landscape's language, read simply and respectfully. Messages and summons are carried by trusted neighbors or by young people familiar with the paths. The messenger's role is delicate, a quiet trust extended between homes. They travel with an ease that knows when to move briskly and when to walk in the sun's warmth. The delivery of a request for labor or an invitation to a meeting is done with courtesy and care, and the messenger's return often includes a brief exchange of news or a small greeting that keeps distant voices connected in a daily hum. Tools themselves are treasured and mended with patient hands. A wooden wheel is smoothed and oiled. A hose edge is sharpened and wrapped, and simple nets are woven again when strands loosen. The repair of tools is a small ceremony of care, honoring the object's usefulness and preserving the hand's work. Those who fix tools do so gently, understanding that each item holds years of labor and memory, and their mending conserves both function and meaning. Paths of labor and trade sometimes align so that the way the village collects for public works also supports exchange. A caravan route used for bringing grain may also supply reeds for an embankment, and the boat carrying pottery can bring along a beam needed for a bridge. This sharing of movement makes each journey serve more than one purpose, a practical economy that feels considerate and slow. The overlapping of needs reduces strain and opens small moments of cooperation. Work rhythms are observed in the shade of trees and under the roof of communal halls. People gather to plan the day's tasks while tea or a simple broth is shared. Conversation moves slowly, detail by detail, as steps are agreed. There is a gentle pause between instruction and action, a breath taken to feel the plan. In that pause, hands find the right grip, and the body prepares for the rhythm that will follow, so that work begins in a calm and steady manner. Small tokens of gratitude circulate after communal labor: extra grain at a household's table, a bundle of herbs, a woven mat. These gifts are quiet acknowledgments of mutual effort and are passed without fanfare. They help to smooth relationships and encourage continued cooperation. The gesture is simple and sincere, reinforcing the soft social bonds that underlie every shared project. Maps of a sort exist in mental form, held by those who walk and work the land. These maps are woven of stories, bearings, and familiar landmarks. A large tree, a particular bend in a stream, the leaning stone by a path. Such features orient people more reliably than any drawn map. Those who steward public works can read these living charts and guide others with a calm authority, pointing to a familiar hill and saying a few words that map the route anew. Community meetings to decide on public work, such as a new canal or road, are often held at times of lesser labor, when people can gather without haste. The discussion moves slowly, allowing ideas to settle and grow. Proposals are softened by conversation and shaped by the memory of past efforts. Consensus is not rushed. Instead, patience is valued, and decisions arise like ripples that slowly expand across a still pond, gentle and considered. Transporting heavy stones or beams is done with careful innovation, often using simple machines or methods that multiply the body's quiet strength. Timber might be rolled on small logs, or a beam might be slid along a track smoothed with sand. These techniques are born of observation and patience, chosen because they work with less wear on the people. The slow invention of these methods reflects a common desire to make labor sustainable and gentle. In times when extra help is needed, neighboring communities sometimes send hands with soft acceptance. This exchange is reciprocal, a memory of help given when the roles were once reversed. The movement of neighbors is calm and familiar, like a passing of kin. They come to share sweat and song, and the effort is usually accompanied by simple shared meals and rest under the same shade, strengthening the bonds that tie the wider landscape together. Those who manage public works also pay attention to small details that make a difference over time. The angle of a channel bank so it resists erosion, the depth of a foundation to keep a path steady, the spacing of posts so that a fence will last through seasons. These choices are made slowly, with observation, and with an eye for the long day ahead. The cumulative effect of such small attentions is durable infrastructure that asks for little drama and much steady care. Legal and customary obligations are often expressed in soft terms, focusing on balance rather than punishment. A request to repair a road or to contribute a day's labor is framed as a shared duty to ensure continued well-being. The language used in these exchanges is gentle and inclusive, invoking mutual aid and the continuity of the village's life. The result is a system that leans toward cooperation and maintenance more than conflict and exclusion. Records of labor and resources sometimes take the form of songs that list names and tasks. Singing these lists is a practice that turns reporting into ritual, easing what might otherwise feel like a dry accounting. The melody helps memory, and the repetition over seasons embeds the communal plan in the mind. When a song is sung, the obligations are acknowledged with softness, and the village breathes with the knowledge that things are being tended. Dividing the yield of collective works, such as the fertilities given by a newly irrigated field, is handled with quiet deliberation. Measures are taken with a steady hand and shared openly so that transparency becomes a calming habit. Each person's share is given mindful attention, and any special needs are considered without urgency. The process encourages trust, and the calm distribution helps sustain social harmony. Training the next generation in the arts of stewardship happens through patient demonstration. Children follow elders to the embankment and sit as the older hands work, watching how edges are formed and how water is guided. They learn by mimicry and by small tasks, gradually receiving more responsibility. The teaching is unhurried, respectful of the child's pace, and it ensures that knowledge is transmitted gently and thoroughly from one life to another. Material culture, tools, tokens, and markers carries a quiet aesthetic of utility and endurance. Pots used in public stores are repaired rather than discarded, and gates are fashioned with attention to simple beauty. The forms often echo local materials and hands, keeping the look of public work modest and familiar. There is a calming satisfaction in things that are made to last and to be repaired. Objects that carry the marks of use, like soft lines on a face. Stewards sometimes consult astronomical signs or seasonal patterns to decide the timing of large communal work. The movement of stars and the behavior of birds are observed in a slow, attentive way that fits into broader knowledge. The timing chosen usually aligns with the least disruptive period for daily routines, and it reflects an understanding that natural cycles are partners in human projects. This gentle consultation with the sky softens the boundaries between human plans and natural rhythms. Paths of authority are often informal, traced through respect and competence, rather than a strict title. Someone who knows the best way to shape an embankment, or who remembers the long rhythm of repairs, will naturally be turned to for guidance. This kind of authority is quiet and earned, and it is renewed through practical demonstration and the steady performance of duty. It is an authority that feels like a calming presence rather than an imposition. Shared rituals mark moments of communal labor with a soft human touch, a brief blessing, a small libation poured at the base of an embankment, a quiet song before heavy lifting. These little acts create a sense of ceremony without pomp. They root the work in a communal spirit and remind everyone of the care that goes into public endeavor. Such practices bring a gentle gravity to the effort and encourage mindful, steady contribution. Bridges and crossings are tended as places of connection and trust. They are mended with care because they carry people and goods between fields, families, and markets. The act of repairing a bridge often gathers many hands because the crossing itself is a symbol of mutual dependence. The repair process is slow, attentive, and shared, resulting in structures that feel secure in a way that is calming rather than imposing. Conflict resolution related to resources tends to favor restoration and continuity. When boundaries blur or water is diverted, conversations aim to repair harm and to return things to a balance agreed upon by neighbors. The emphasis is on renewing relations rather than punishing missteps. This approach keeps the social fabric intact and allows slow, steady cooperation to reassert itself over time. When planning for the long term, leaders and stewards think in terms of gradual improvement. They imagine works that will require gentle maintenance rather than total replacement, choices that spread care over years rather than demanding sudden, massive exertion. The idea is to create an inheritance that can be tended easily by those who come next, a legacy of modestly designed but enduring structures. The interplay between local knowledge and shared labor produces a kind of practical wisdom that smooths daily life. People learn to read the land and to listen to its needs, and then they act in ways that are neither hurried nor wasteful. The result is a landscape shaped by many hands, moving with a calm, collective purpose, where the traces of each contribution are absorbed into a steady, living whole. Forcing a change abruptly is rarely favored. Instead, adjustments are made slowly, tested, and refined. This slow adaptation is a form of patience that allows the community to find approaches that fit. New techniques or materials are adopted when they prove themselves through practice, and they are integrated gently into existing practices. The pace ensures that innovations support rather than disrupt the steady flow of life. In the quiet hours of the evening, after a day of communal labor, the village settles with a soft sense of completion. Tools are washed and stored, embankments stand, and paths feel firmer underfoot. The leaders walk among the houses, noting small needs for the next day and offering quiet reassurances. There is a calm satisfaction in the night air, a sense that the shared effort has knitted a small patch of the world into a safer, steadier place. Tasteful simplicity marks the way public spaces are arranged. A communal well might be shaded by a few trees and surrounded by small stones to sit upon, making the act of drawing water a calm ritual. A storage house stands modestly, its entrance clear and accessible. These choices reflect a preference for practical beauty, an aesthetic born of slow attention rather than sudden display. When external pressures arrive, be they a larger group needing coordination or a distant decision affecting local ways, the response tends to be careful negotiation. Local stewards talk with outside actors and try to translate broader plans into forms that can be folded gently into existing practices. They advocate for measures that are sustainable and mindful of local rhythms, seeking agreements that preserve the steady habits of daily life. In their quiet way, the people who tend to boundaries and public works weave a long-term conversation between the land and those who live upon it. Each small act of repair, each marking of a border, each distribution of grain contributes to a continuum of care. They are custodians of a slow institution, an ongoing practice in which maintenance and memory are held together with soft hands and steady hearts. Design choices in public works are often guided by the desire to minimize future strain. A channel might be routed to avoid a soft bank, a road aligned to reduce water pooling, a storehouse placed on slightly higher ground. These careful details arise from an accumulated experience and a preference for solutions that reduce the need for urgent intervention. The thinking is quiet, patient, and oriented toward the ease of future caretakers. The person who presides over labor and resources often learns to speak in modest phrases that convey responsibility rather than command. They ask for cooperation, offer reminders, and listen to concerns with a steady face. Their words fall into the community like soft rain, nourishing plans and calming anxieties. The voice of stewardship is never hurried, and it seeks to steady more than to spur. Repair cycles are part of the community's calendar, gentle pulses of attention that keep things serviceable. Twice a year, perhaps, or as seasons suggest, people gather to tend embankments, clear channels, and smooth paths. These recurring efforts are comforting rituals that provide structure to the year, and they are often accompanied by small communal meals and quiet songs that make the labor feel shared and humane. The distribution of leadership roles is flexible and practical, letting those with specific skill sets guide particular tasks. A person who knows the best way to build a sluice will lead that effort, while another with skill in masonry will direct a bridge's repair. This practical allocation of authority is calming because it follows competence and experience rather than rigid hierarchy. It ensures tasks are done well and without unnecessary strain. Communication methods in these communities tend to value clarity and patience. When plans are made, they are explained in detail and repeated as needed, so that no one is left uncertain. Timetables are announced with regard for people's other duties, and reminders are given without pressure. This kind of considerate coordination helps maintain trust and lightens the load of arranging collective labor. Over time, the work of these stewards leaves physical traces that are gentle in their durability. Paths that keep a river from eroding the edge of a field, walls that redirect seasonal flows, and small bridges that span wet hollows. These traces are not grand monuments, but they are steady markers of a community's persistent care. They speak of a patient continuity rather than sudden triumph, and they become part of the land's quiet memory. Practice, habit, and ritual weave together to create a social architecture that supports public works with a calm efficiency. Everyone knows their part and the pace at which it should be done. The result is a landscape that functions with a soft reliability, where embankments hold when rains come, channels feed the fields, and roads remain passable through most days. This system is sustained not by force, but by the slow, consistent attention of many hands. In the end, perhaps, the most lasting feature of these patterns is their gentle resilience. They are built to be tended, repaired, and adjusted rather than replaced. The people who manage boundaries and public tasks do so with an ethic of care, leaving behind a world that can be walked upon with ease. Their methods are quiet and patient, and they invite a calm continuity that settles softly into the land like evening light. Stone and mud remember many quiet hands. Over seasons of rain and sun, they settle, shift, and settle again, keeping the slow rhythm of making and repairing. When a wall is set with careful joints, a pattern of work becomes part of the ground. Later hands touch the same stones, learning where a seam is sturdy or where a notch helps a beam to rest. That knowledge sleeps inside the joints like a familiar breath. It waits through long evenings and soft mornings, ready to offer its small, steady help whenever someone returns to build, to mend, to make a home that holds warmth and shelter. Textiles fold the history of fingers and looms into color and weight. Threads follow paths mapped by eyes and hands, crossing in quiet repetition until cloth emerges with its own memory. A weaver learns a rhythm by repeating a motion until it feels like breathing, and that rhythm can be taught again through a guiding voice or a patient hand. Patterns travel from one piece to another, changing slowly like a river's course. Even when fibers change, the way of setting thread, of counting beats and passing shuttle, remains familiar, a soft inheritance woven into new cloth. Kilns keep a slow, steady heat that transforms clay into vessel and tile. The smell of fired earth is a gentle sign of endurance, a mark that something has moved from soft form to lasting shape. Craftspeople understand how to build a kiln, how to feed it with steady fuel, how to regulate its breath to coax strength from fragile material. The shapes that come from those fires carry practical lines, moments of care, and choices that suit a particular need. Over time, the shapes evolve, but the knowing of heat, of timing, and of the way clay listens to flame is a quiet thread that links one making to the next. The rhythm of seasons is a kind teacher, shaping when to sow and when to rest. Fields learn a calendar of rains and dries, and people learn to listen to soil and sky. That listening is passed through stories, through counting the days between harvests, through noting the rise of river water and the lean months that follow. Tools and methods for tending land carry with them hints of this calendar. The way an irrigation channel is built, the slope chosen for a furrow, the timing of a seed bed, all reflect long observation. Those choices come to be remembered as part of how to live with weather and water, quietly guiding future hands. Paths and roads take many small decisions and turn them into a shared route. Each footstep and cartwheel presses a line into soft ground until the track becomes a way marked by worn earth and occasional stones set to guide passage. Bridges and crossings reflect patterns of movement, and their placement shapes how goods and people flow. When a new traveler follows an old path, the route carries with it choices made long before, choices that made crossing safer, shorter, or more reliable. These lines across the land are gentle inheritances, not words or laws, but practical acts that shape the daily life of towns and fields. The making of metal tools begins with knowing where fire will change stone to workable form and where hammer blows can thin a blade. A smith learns to hold a tool so the heat and rhythm fall into a steady pattern. Techniques for alloying and tempering pass from hand to hand as practical recipes. As tools are made and remade, their shapes adapt to tasks and to local needs, but the core knowledge of shaping, heating, and quenching remains. Those methods leave marks on the tools themselves, on the marks they cut, and in the expectations people have for what tools should do. Pottery and storage show a practical poetry in shape and scale. Jars are married to their contents by proportion and use, big enough to hold grain, narrow enough to pour. The making of such vessels includes an understanding of balance, of how a neck supports a rim, and how a base carries weight. That knowledge lives in the clay and in the hands that pinch and turn it. As needs change, shapes morph, but a lineage of forms can often be traced in fragments beneath new floors. Each shard is a small letter in a long, careful correspondence between people and the things they use to keep food and water safe. Calendars, observed through sky and soil, anchor many small decisions. The first sliver of moon, the bright star that rises just before dawn, the subtle shift in bird songs, all can mark a time for tasks or for festivals. When a community counts and marks such moments, it builds a shared sense of time. This sense is practiced in daily routines and in annual gatherings. Over generations, these markers become standardized, then adapted, and sometimes named. Yet even when precise forms change, the underlying habit of watching and timing carries forward, guiding planting, craft, and communal care in a slow, steady cadence. Songs and stories hold knowledge gently, like seeds wrapped in cloth. A lullaby can carry a recipe of seasons. A metered chant may encode measurements, and a tale about old rivers can hint at where to dig. These verbal forms are shaped for memory. Rhythms and repetitions make them easy to learn and to pass along. In the quiet hours between chores, people sing or speak, and in doing so, they teach without make a classroom. The stories shift with each telling, but their core remains a soft structure that shelters practical knowing as surely as any roof shelters a house. The layout of communal spaces reflects choices about privacy and shared life. Open courtyards, narrow lanes, and meeting places are all arrangements that balance private tasks against public movement. These spaces are formed by everyday needs, where smoke rises, where water is carried, where goods are traded. Their shape comes from repeated actions and from the slow negotiation of comfort. When a path is kept clear for a festival, when a corner is saved for conversation, those choices become habitual. Others who come later inherit a pattern of space that gently suggests how to live alongside neighbors. Stone tools and carved markers often outlast softer materials, serving as anchors of memory in the landscape. Their weathered surfaces carry simple grooves or marks that once had clear purpose. A threshold may bear worn steps where many feet have trod. A post hole can be filled and refilled, holding layers of past activity. These durable traces are like a slow heartbeat in the ground, rhythmic evidence of continuity. They invite curiosity and careful touch, and they allow later hands to feel the weight of what was done before without needing a single spoken word. The language of measurement grows out of practical needs and becomes a quiet grammar of work. A span of the hand, a length of rope, a basket full of grain. These everyday units make plans possible and simple. Because they are rooted in human bodies and tasks, such measures move easily from person to person. They are taught while working, by holding, by marking, and by repeating. Over long stretches of time, these units sometimes shift in scale or get named differently, but they remain a foundation for building, for crafting, and for sharing resources in ways that are reliably understood. Water management teaches patience in small increments. Channels are laid bit by bit, gates are adjusted slowly, and terraces are built with careful attention to gradient. Such work cannot be rushed without risking waste. The practice of tending water passes through collective labor, with neighbors learning together how much to divert, where to reinforce a bank, and when to rest. This communal practice embeds a social knowledge of responsibility and timing. The traces of such work remain in the shape of fields and the course of streams, quiet markers of cooperation over many seasons. The pattern of roofs and eaves shows a conversation between climate and habit. A wide overhang keeps rain from reaching a doorway. A steep slope sheds snow, and a gently curved tile guides water away from a foundation. Craftspeople learn these ways by watching storms and by trying small improvements. When a particular roof form proves wise, it is copied, adapted, and carried forward. Those forms are visible in skylines and in the angles of old dwellings, subtle lessons about how to shape shelter that have been refined by experience. Markets are quiet nodes of exchange, where objects and habits meet. A basket of grain is traded for cloth, a metal tool for services. These transactions teach expectations about value and standard. They also teach the regularity of meeting times and places. Over generations, market days and routes solidify, and with them, a rhythm of economic life becomes familiar. The goods themselves carry marks of their place and method of making, so that trade not only moves objects, but also circulates knowledge about craft and supply, subtly guiding tastes and skills. Patterns of craft specialization form through repetition and social trust. When someone becomes known for a certain skill, others come to learn, apprentice, or trade. Skills are organized in workshops or around hearths, and methods are passed by demonstration and correction. This arrangement creates a network of competence that supports community needs. Over time, distinctions between maker and user can soften or sharpen, but the basic pattern of shared learning through work keeps practical knowledge alive and available to those who seek it. Plants and seeds are carriers of both food and memory. Selective tending over many seasons encourages traits that suit particular soils and tastes. Those choices are slow and deliberate. A seed saved from a good harvest carries not just genetics, but a practice of care: how it was stored, how it was chosen, and how it was sown. When seeds move with people, they bring familiarity to new places and adapt in small ways. This living continuity is a gentle, organic thread that links fields and kitchens across time and space. The quiet language of pottery decoration can hint at distant conversations between people. A motif repeated on a bowl may be an echo of a belief, an identification of community, or simply a favored aesthetic. Motifs travel with objects and sometimes with their makers. When a design appears in a distant place, it speaks of exchange and shared taste. The subtle shifts in pattern between generations show adaptation, not sudden change. A slow evolution of visual language that can be read like a soft map of contact and belonging. Measurements of the sky have a way of folding human activity into cosmic rhythm. Observing the arc of a star or the cycle of the moon invites regular gatherings of attention. Calendrical marks are made in relation to both the heavens and the needs of the land. Those marks guide timing for planting or for ritual. The observances may be simple, but they are steady. When such practices are kept over generations, they shape ceremonies and daily habits in ways that feel natural and inevitable. A shared sense of where human life fits within greater cycles. Memory finds a home in the careful repetition of tasks. When a task must be done in a particular order, the sequence is repeated until it becomes second nature. That repetition forms a muscle memory that is hard to lose and easy to teach. Young hands learn by doing, and older hands remind by guiding. This gentle pedagogy allows complex work to continue without elaborate instruction. The continuity of practice, maintained by quiet repetition, ensures that necessary skills remain available across years and generations. The siting of wells and water holes is a small act of communal foresight. Choosing a spot that yields water means observing the land and the signs it offers. The wells that persist mark places where people returned again and again. These locations acquire names, stories, and rituals of care. They also shape settlement patterns, drawing households closer to steady sources. In time, the presence of a reliable well supports other forms of investment in a place, from granaries to workshops, creating a gentle accumulation of settlement that is felt rather than loudly declared. Rituals of daily life are small acts that steady a household. Lighting a lamp at dusk, sweeping a threshold at morning, offering a first portion of food. These actions are small anchors. They regulate time and create a sense of order, passed from elders to children. Such acts embed values and habits in everyday life. They are both practical and symbolic, blending care for material needs with attention to continuity. In their repetition, they become quiet assurances that life will proceed in a known pattern, a soft scaffolding for memory and identity. When lanes narrow and houses crowd, neighbors develop quiet signals of courtesy and help. A raised hand to slow carts, a shared task to mend a wall, a cup passed between doorways. These gestures knit social fabric. They are not written law, but practiced kindness. Over time, the expectation of neighborly assistance becomes part of how a place functions. These small acts create obligations and comforts that survive beyond a single season, subtly shaping how communities relate and how resources are pooled. The preservation of certain crafts in households keeps knowledge close to daily life. When making pots, tending looms, or tempering metal is part of routine, the skill is not confined to special workshops, but lives in the cadence of domestic days. Children learn to observe and to try small parts of a larger task, acquiring competence through shared work. This embedding of craft in family life ensures that practical methods remain connected to social life and to cycles of need, a living continuity that resists quick disappearance. The marking of time in built forms can be quiet and slow. A post set at a crossroads, a stone placed at a boundary, a small platform raised near a field. These are physical notes in the landscape. They can mark ownership, offer a place for rest, or indicate a seasonal turning. Their permanence varies, but their intent is clear: to make a matter of daily life visible and stable. These markers guide later decisions and sometimes become focal points for new activity, carrying forward the intentions of those who first set them. Oral lineages of skill and story are often intertwined. A maker may be remembered not only for goods, but for the stories told beside the fire while shaping them. Those narratives provide context, naming people and places, linking craft to community memory. In learning to make, apprentices often learn to tell, to pass both technique and tale. This coupling of skill and story strengthens both, so that practical knowledge is wrapped in identity. It becomes easier for future generations to claim continuity when they can both make what was made and tell why it mattered. Small adaptations in technique reflect a measured response to new materials and conditions. When a new metal becomes available or a different grain appears, makers test, adjust, and sometimes accept change. These adaptations do not erase older methods. They sit alongside them, creating a repertoire of choices. Such layered knowledge allows communities to respond to subtle shifts without losing coherence. The coexistence of old and new methods is a gentle testament to resilience, a practical way of moving forward while remembering what has been learned before. The placement of communal storages and granaries expresses a shared trust in planning. A communal structure for holding surplus is a decision to weather scarcity together. Its construction requires knowledge of ventilation, pest prevention, and access. The methods used to build and maintain such structures are taught through practice and cautionary tales. As these buildings stand through seasons, they remind later builders of both design and purpose. The existence of shared storage shapes local behaviors, encouraging cooperation and a rhythm of giving and receiving that sustains life across hard years. Tools of record and marking, whether on pottery sherds or on small carved tokens, serve as modest reminders of exchange and measurement. They may note quantities, denote ownership, or track transactions in a simple visual language. The practice of recording introduces an extension of memory beyond individual minds. These marks, long-lasting and durable materials, provide later visitors with a sense of how people organized matters of trade and duty. They are quiet echoes of administrative thought, gentle hints of ordering where needed. The slow accumulation of reused materials tells a story of economy and continuity. Stones from older walls are often taken to build new foundations. Timber may be refurbished and used in different parts of a house. This practice of reuse reflects both thrift and respect for what has already been shaped. It also creates physical connections between phases of occupation as older elements become embedded in newer forms. The visible patchwork in a structure is a layered history, a quiet palimpsest of choices sustained over many seasons. Community rhythms are often anchored by repeated gatherings, whether for work, for repair, or for celebration. The practice of coming together creates expectations for timing and for roles. It is in these gatherings that shared knowledge is reinforced, where hands are taught new techniques, and where songs and stories are refreshed. Over long durations, such meetings become rituals of social life, practiced without fanfare, but with steady commitment. Their repetition ensures that practical tasks and social bonds are passed intact, carrying small certainties into the future. In the gentle interplay of craft, calendar, and construction, a landscape becomes a palimpsest of human care. Each layer of making and repair, of seed and hearth, of measurement and tale, adds a soft trace to the land. These traces do not shout their presence. They offer a quiet continuity, a network of habits and forms that can be read by patient eyes and learned by patient hands. In that quiet reading, the past remains present, not as a rigid script, but as a living set of possibilities that invite small acts of preservation, small acts of adaptation, and the steady continuation of life's practical rhythms.